Chapter 1: The CARICOM Contract. The message arrived without a notification sound, a ghost slipping into the encrypted terminal. Zane Carrick's apartment in Frankfurt was a monument to sterile modernity, all white surfaces and smoked glass, a place where sounds went to die. He sat on a low-profile leather couch that cost more than most cars, a tablet resting on his knee. The message from the client, code-named Kestrel, was a simple string of text against a black background. Coordinates attached. Confirm receipt. Zane's thumb tapped the screen. A satellite map bloomed, a pale, dun-colored expanse of nothing. A single pinprick of light marked the target. He cross-referenced the coordinates on a separate system, his fingers moving with practiced economy. The Darvaza gas crater, Turkmenistan. Locally, they called it the door to hell. He had seen the pictures online, a burning wound in the earth, a tourist spectacle for the morbidly curious. Another message from Kestrel appeared. The object is Soviet. 1970s origin. Silver. A locket. Our data SUGGSTS. It was lost during the initial collapse. It should be within 50 meters of the northern rim. Zane leaned forward, the motion precise. He typed a reply, his face illuminated by the screen's cold light. Payment terms. The response was immediate. Standard. 25% upon acceptance. 75% upon visual confirmation of acquisition. A courier will meet you in Ashgabat for the exchange. You will not bring the object out of the country. This was unusual. Most of Kestrel's contracts involved retrieval and delivery. This one was a simple snatch and drop. Less risk, less customs trouble. He appreciated the efficiency. What's inside the locket? Zane typed. A pause, longer this time. It suggested the query was unexpected or perhaps unwelcome, irrelevant to your task. Your contract is for the casing itself. Zane's lip curled in a half-smile. He respected the client's privacy as long as the money was good. Secrets were the foundation of his business. He acquired objects for people who had more money than scruples, people who preferred anonymity. He was a high-tech ghost, a whisper in the world of illicit antiquities. He dealt in the forgotten, the lost, the things that were never meant to be found. I accept the terms. Seconds later, a notification from a Swiss banking app confirmed the deposit. The number had enough zeros to make the trip worthwhile. He stood and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the main river. The city lights were a smear of gold and white below, a world away from the barren desert that now occupied his thoughts. He ran a hand over his short, dark hair. Turkmenistan, a place of dust and bureaucracy. He would need to grease some palms to get his equipment into the country, but the expense was already factored into his fee. He pulled up Ben Carter's contact information. Ben was his cameraman, his tech specialist, his conscience when he could afford one. The call connected on the second ring. "You're not going to like this one," Zane said, foregoing a greeting. Ben's voice came through the speaker, laced with weary resignation. "Let me guess. Somewhere cold, somewhere wet, or somewhere with a distinct lack of five-star hotels." "Somewhere hot," Zane corrected. "Very hot, pack for the Karakum Desert." A groan. "Turkmenistan, seriously. Do you have any idea what the import duties on our gear will be? They'll strip the Pelican cases down to the foam. I've already accounted for it. A contact at the airport will smooth the way. We'll be in and out. 4 days tops, simple retrieval. There's never anything simple with you, Zane. What are we retrieving? Another dusty pot. A locket, Soviet era, from the Darvaza crater. Silence on the other end of the line. Zane could picture Ben, probably sitting in his cluttered London flat, rubbing his temples. Ben was the one who managed the drones, monitored the feeds, and triple-checked the gear. He was the anchor of practicality to Zane's high-flying ambition. The gas crater, the giant flaming pit. Ben's voice was strained. You want to go hunting for a tiny piece of metal next to a massive, burning gas leak that's been on fire for 50 years. The client is paying well, Zane said, as if this explained everything. It usually did. The location is a bonus. The footage will be spectacular for the channel. Artifact hunter retrieves lost relic from the gates of hell. The algorithm will love it. The algorithm doesn't have to breathe sulfur fumes, Ben muttered. What's the story with this locket? Why is it so special? Kestrel was tight-lipped, said it belonged to a geologist, lost during the initial rig collapse in '71. I suspect it's more about the story than the object. A rich collector wants a conversation piece with a dramatic history. He wasn't entirely truthful. Kestrel's insistence on leaving the object in-country pricked at his curiosity, but he kept it from Ben. A worried cameraman was a clumsy cameraman. Fine, Ben sighed. I'll start prepping the long-range comms gear and the thermal drone. If we're going near that thing, I want to see what the ground stability is like before we get close. I don't want to end up as part of the spectacle. Good, I'll handle the travel and permits. Meet me at Tegel Airport in Berlin in 36 hours. Zane disconnected the call and set the tablet down. His research on the crater was purely technical. He downloaded geological surveys, atmospheric composition reports, and historical weather data. He read about the Soviet drilling operation, the miscalculation of a methane pocket, the ground collapsing and swallowing the entire rig. He read about the decision to light the gas, a misguided attempt to burn it off in a few weeks. The weeks had stretched into decades. The fire still roared. He skimmed past the local folklore. Every strange place on Earth had its share of myths. Stories of desert spirits, of Ifrit drawn to the flame, of the crater being a gateway to another world. He dismissed it all as the romantic nonsense of people trying to explain a phenomenon their ancestors couldn't comprehend. Science had explained it. It was a geological anomaly, nothing more. A pocket of natural gas that would burn until it was exhausted. He was not going there to hunt for ghosts. He was going there to find a piece of silver. The flight to Ashgabat was long and tedious. The city, when they arrived, was a bizarre mirage of white marble and gold-domed palaces rising from the desert dust. It was a city built on gas money, a dictator's vision of grandeur. Zane's contact at the airport was a portly man in an ill-fitting suit who smelled of stale cigarettes and sweet cologne. He avoided eye contact, his hand outstretched. Zane passed him a thick envelope of US dollars. The man grunted, made a phone call, and their formidable pile of equipment cases passed through customs without a single latch being opened. Their rental was a Toyota Land Cruiser, a decade old but with low mileage, its air conditioning fighting a valiant but losing battle against the oppressive heat. They loaded the cases, the vehicle sinking on its suspension. Ben, already sweating through his shirt, slammed the rear door shut. "So much for 4 days, tops," Ben grumbled, gesturing with his chin toward the city. "It took us 6 hours to get from the airport to the rental agency. This country runs on its own time." "It's part of the adventure," Zane said, a grin touching his lips. He was in his element now. The planning was over, the execution had begun. He thrived on the friction of the real world, the challenges of navigating corrupt officials and crumbling infrastructure. It made the prize at the end more satisfying. They drove north, leaving the marble city behind. The pristine highways quickly degraded into cracked asphalt, and then, finally, into a dirt track that was little more than a suggestion of a road. The world dissolved into a monochrome palette of beige sand and bleached blue sky. The heat was a physical presence, pressing in from all sides. There was no sign of life beyond a few hardy desert shrubs and the occasional camel, which stared at their passing vehicle with an expression of profound indifference. Ben was quiet, monitoring their GPS and a satellite phone that he had jury-rigged with a booster antenna. He was a professional, and once he committed to a job, his complaints were replaced by a focused competence. "We're about 30 kilometers out," Ben announced, his eyes on a tablet displaying their route. "Should be able to see the glow soon." Zane kept his eyes on the horizon. The sun was setting, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. The temperature dropped a few degrees, but the air was still hot, as if blowing from an open oven. And then he saw it. Not a point of light, but a low, shimmering stain against the darkening twilight, a smear of orange that didn't belong in the natural world. As they drove closer, the stain grew, solidifying. It wasn't a flicker, it was a constant, steady burn. The scale of it was hard to process. It was not a campfire. It was a piece of the sun, fallen to earth and burning a hole through the planet. The distant rumble started, a low vibration that traveled through the tires, up through the chassis of the truck, and into Zane's bones. "My God," Ben whispered, his face pressed against the passenger window. "The pictures don't do it justice, not even close." Zane said nothing. He gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. For the first time, a sliver of something other than professional confidence worked its way into his thoughts. It was not fear. It was awe, a profound and unsettling awe. The local myths about a gateway to another realm suddenly seemed less like folklore and more like a reasonable attempt to describe the indescribable. They crested a low dune, and the full view of the crater opened before them. It was a vast, circular chasm in the earth, more than 200 feet across. From its depths, 1,000 tongues of fire leaped and writhed, a chaotic symphony of flame. The roar was no longer a rumble, it was a physical force, a wall of sound that slammed against the truck. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur and something else, something metallic and ancient. Zane pulled the Land Cruiser to a stop about 100 meters from the rim, the engine's idle lost in the crater's roar. He switched off the headlights. The only light came from the inferno, a pulsating, hellish orange that cast their shadows long and distorted against the sand. They sat in silence for a long moment, two men in a metal box, staring into a wound in the world. "Right," Zane finally said, his voice sounding small against the noise. "Let's set up camp. We start work at first light." Ben did not answer. He was still staring at the fire, his expression a mixture of terror and fascination. The light of the crater danced in his wide eyes, and for a moment it appeared as if he were staring into the face of a hungry god. Zane felt a prickle on his own skin, a sense of being watched not by a person but by the fire itself. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was the heat, the noise, the sheer sensory overload. It was nothing more. Chapter 2: A Fire in the Earth. The night offered little sleep. The crater's roar was a constant companion, a bass note that vibrated through the ground and into their cots. Even with earplugs, the sound was inescapable. The light was just as intrusive, a perpetual, flickering dawn that painted the inside of their tent in shades of orange and black, making shadows writhe and twist in the corners of their vision. Zane was up before the sun, not because he was rested, but because lying still had become impossible. He felt a thrumming energy, a mixture of adrenaline and anticipation. He dressed in lightweight cargo pants and a moisture-wicking shirt, the kind of gear he wore for every expedition. He moved with purpose, setting up a portable solar array and checking the battery levels on their equipment. Routine was the antidote to unease. Ben emerged from the tent looking pale, with dark circles under his eyes. He held a coffee mug, though he hadn't started the camp stove. "I hate this place," Ben stated, his voice flat. He took a sip from the empty mug out of habit. "The noise, it gets inside your head. I dreamt it was talking to me." "It's called auditory pareidolia," Zane said, not looking up from the drone case he was unlatching. "The brain trying to find patterns in random noise. It's a natural response." "It wasn't random," Ben insisted, his voice low. "It was saying things, names." Zane paused. He glanced at his friend. Ben was not prone to flights of fancy. He was the most grounded person Zane associated with. "You're sleep-deprived, Ben. We both are. Let's get some breakfast, run the preliminary scans, and this will all seem more manageable." Ben just shook his head and walked over to the supply cases to find the coffee. Zane assembled his primary reconnaissance drone, a professional-grade quadcopter equipped with a high-resolution thermal camera. The plan was simple: fly a grid pattern over the northern section of the crater rim, using the thermal imaging to detect ground instability and the metal detector attachment to search for any metallic signatures. It was methodical, safe, and efficient. As the true dawn broke, painting the eastern sky a soft gray, the crater's fire seemed to diminish slightly, as if shamed by the daylight. The heat, however, remained. It was a dry, baking heat that leached moisture from the air. "All right, birds in the air," Zane announced, his eyes fixed on the controller's screen. The drone lifted with a high-pitched whine, a mosquito's buzz against the inferno's roar. He guided it towards the crater's edge, the camera feed displaying a world of orange and red. The view was hypnotic. The flames were not a single mass but thousands of individual jets emerging from fissures in the earth. They danced and coiled around each other, a chaotic ballet of combustion. Through the thermal lens, the ground around the rim glowed with heat. Some spots were brighter than others, indicating fissures or areas where the crust was dangerously thin. Marking a safe zone, Ben said, looking over Zane's shoulder at the screen. He was plotting the drone's data onto a topographical map on his tablet. There's a section here, about 10 meters back from the edge, where the ground temperature is stable. We don't go past that line. Agreed. Agreed, Zane said, his focus on piloting the drone. He switched from the thermal camera to the standard optical view. The ground was a cracked, barren expanse of baked earth and dark sand. Finding a small locket in this desolation would be impossible with the naked eye. He was about to begin the metal detector sweep when Ben stiffened. "Who's that?" Zane followed Ben's gaze. A figure was walking towards them from the west, a solitary man moving with a steady, unhurried pace across the barren terrain. He was not dressed like a tourist. He wore dark, loose-fitting trousers, a worn but clean tunic, and a traditional Turkmen talpek, a sheepskin hat that seemed absurdly hot for the climate. He was old, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, his beard white against his sun-darkened skin. He carried nothing but a long walking stick. Zane lowered the drone, bringing it to a hover near their camp. He was wary. They were in the middle of nowhere. An unexpected visitor was a variable he didn't like. The man stopped about 20 feet from their camp. He did not seem intimidated by their presence or their equipment. His dark eyes surveyed their setup, the tent, the land cruiser, the drone, before settling on Zane. He said nothing. "Can we help you?" Zane called out, his voice sounding aggressive even to himself. The crater's roar forced him to shout. The old man's gaze was unsettling. It was calm but ancient, as if he had seen 100 men like Zane come and go. He pointed a gnarled finger not at them but at the crater. "You should not be here," the man said. His voice was raspy but carried surprisingly well over the noise. His English was heavily accented but clear. "We're researchers," Zane replied, using his standard cover story. "Geologists studying the anomaly." The man gave a short, humorless laugh. "Anomaly, that is what the Russians called it. They thought they could explain it with their science. They were wrong." "And you have a better explanation?" Zane asked, a mocking edge to his tone. The man's eyes narrowed. "This is a holy place, a dangerous place. It is not for digging, it is not for your machines." He gestured to the hovering drone. "You disturb the balance." Ben stepped forward slightly. "We mean no disrespect. We're just taking some readings." The old man ignored Ben. His focus was entirely on Zane. "I am Damir Kulev. My grandfather was one of the men who worked on the rig, the one that fell." Zane's interest sharpened. This was an unexpected resource. "Your grandfather, did he survive the collapse?" "He survived," Damir said, his voice dropping. "He was one of the ones who lit the fire. He told me what they found before the ground gave way, what they heard." "Gas pockets," Zane said. "Seismic activity, it's all in the official reports." "They heard whispers from the rock," Damir continued, as if Zane had not spoken. "They saw things in the dust, things that were not rock. My grandfather spent his life regretting the hole he opened, and he spent his death trying to keep it sealed. Zane almost laughed. It was exactly the kind of local superstition he'd read about. Listen, Mr. Culeave, I appreciate the history lesson, but we're scientists. We don't believe in ghost stories. This is not a story, Damir said, his intensity rising. He took a step closer. The fire is a prison, a seal. You think it keeps the gas from escaping. No, it keeps the prisoner from escaping. You must not take anything from this place. Not a rock, not a handful of sand. To take something is to make a connection, to give the prisoner a doorway into your world. The specificity of the warning, you must not take anything, sent a cold spike down Zane's spine. It was too close to his actual mission. Coincidence, he told himself. The old man was just spouting generic warnings. We're not taking anything, Zane lied smoothly. Just pictures. Damir's eyes were filled with a deep, profound sadness. He seemed to see right through the lie. Many men have come here with their own ambitions. They think the fire is a thing to be conquered or studied or profited from. The fire does not care, but the one it holds captive. It cares a great deal. It is patient. It listens to your desires, and it offers gifts. He stared pointedly at Zane. Be wary of finding what you are looking for. Without another word, Damir Culeave turned and began walking away, his figure slowly shrinking against the vastness of the desert. Ben let out a breath he seemed to have been holding. Okay, that was creepy. The fire is a prison, straight out of a horror movie. He's a local mystic trying to protect his turf, Zane said, forcing a nonchalant tone. Probably charges tourists for the authentic cursed experience. Let's get back to work. We're losing light. But Damir's words had unsettled him more than he would admit. It offers gifts. Be wary of finding what you are looking for. He pushed the thought away and focused on the controller. He switched the drone to its metal detection mode. A new overlay appeared on the screen, a fluctuating graph that would spike if it passed over any significant metallic object. He flew the drone back over the northern rim, following the grid pattern Ben had laid out. For an hour there was nothing. The graph remained flat, showing only the faint metallic traces in the soil. The sun climbed higher and the heat intensified. Sweat trickled down Zane's temples. Anything? Ben asked, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. Not yet. It's like looking for a needle in a flaming continent. He guided the drone on another pass, this time a little closer to the safe line Ben had established. The graph on the screen remained stubbornly flat. He was beginning to think Kestrel's information was bad. Maybe the locket had been vaporized in the initial fire or buried under tons of collapsed earth. Then a flicker, a tiny, almost imperceptible jump in the graph. Hold on, Zane muttered, his knuckles tightening on the controller sticks. He maneuvered the drone with minute adjustments, circling the area. The flicker became a sustained spike, a small, concentrated metallic signal. I've got it, he said, his voice tight with excitement. I've got a positive reading. Ben leaned in, his eyes wide. Where? How deep? Signal strong. Looks like it's just under the surface. He marked the GPS coordinates on the map. The location was perilously close to the edge of the stable ground Ben had identified. It was about 15 meters from the crater's actual rim, close enough to feel the full blast of the heat, close enough to see the individual flames licking at the air. "That's too close, Zane," Ben said, his voice strained. "The thermal shows a hot spot just beyond it. The ground could be unstable." "We won't be there for long. I'll go myself. You stay here and monitor the drone. Keep an eye on the thermals for me. If you see any change, you call me immediately." "This is a bad idea," Ben insisted. "Let's at least wait, rescan it, think about it." "Kestrel's payment doesn't reward thinking, it rewards results," Zane retorted, already moving towards the supply cases. He pulled out a small entrenching tool and a pair of thick, heat-resistant gloves. His heart was pounding, a wild drumbeat against the roar of the fire. Damir's warning echoed in his mind, but the thrill of the find, the promise of the payment, drowned it out. This was what he lived for. The moment of discovery, the point where risk met reward. He walked towards the spot the drone had marked, the ground growing hotter under his boots with every step. The noise was immense, a physical blow that made his teeth vibrate. He could see the air shimmering with heat. He refused to look down into the chasm. He kept his eyes on the ground, on the coordinates displayed on his handheld GPS. He stopped at the designated spot. He glanced back. The camp seemed small, distant. Ben was a tiny figure watching him, the drone hovering like a nervous insect above him. Zane gave a thumbs up he did not feel, then turned his attention to the ground. He knelt, the heat radiating up into his face. He began to dig. Chapter 3: The Cold Silver Locket. The earth was hard, baked into a ceramic-like crust. Zane's entrenching tool scraped against it, the sound lost in the crater's overwhelming roar. He chipped away at the surface, his arms already aching from the tension. Sweat dripped from his chin, evaporating almost instantly in the intense heat. He could feel his skin prickling, a painful sunburn blooming in minutes. The air he breathed was hot and tasted of sulfur. "Anything," Ben's voice crackled through the small radio earpiece Zane wore. It was tinny, a ghost's whisper against the inferno. "Just dirt," Zane grunted, his teeth clenched. He hacked at the ground with more force, frustration building. The simple act of digging was draining him faster than he expected. He was acutely aware of the chasm just a few paces away, a presence he could feel at his back. He resisted the urge to look over his shoulder. He dug deeper, maybe 5 or 6 inches down, past the crust and into a layer of dark, gritty sand. His tool hit something. Not the dull thud of rock, but a sharp, metallic clink. Adrenaline surged through him, wiping away his fatigue. "I've got something," he said into his mic. He dropped the tool and began to dig with his gloved hands, scooping away the hot sand. His fingers brushed against a cool, smooth surface. It was a startling sensation. Everything around him was radiating heat, yet this object was cold. Not just cool, but actively, unnaturally cold, like a piece of ice hidden in a furnace. He worked it free from the dirt and lifted it. It was a locket, just as Kestrel had described. It was oval-shaped, made of silver, now tarnished and blackened by decades of burial. A simple, etched pattern of a star, the Soviet emblem, was faintly visible on its surface. The chain was broken. It lay in his gloved palm, a small, dense weight. The coldness of it seeped through the thick material of his glove, a chilling touch in the blistering heat. He stood up, his legs stiff. He held the prize. A wave of triumph washed over him, pure and potent. He had done it. Against the odds in this God-forsaken place, he had succeeded. He turned his back to the fire, a grin spreading across his face as he looked toward the distant camp. In that moment of triumph, a sudden gust of wind, hotter than the rest, swirled around him, kicking up a vortex of sand and ash. It was violent and abrupt, almost knocking him off balance. The roar of the crater seemed to change pitch, shifting from a constant rumble into something that sounded hideously like a single, indrawn breath. Zane staggered, shielding his face with his arm, and in the swirling dust for a fraction of a second he saw it. Standing at the very edge of the precipice where no man could possibly stand was a figure. It was tall and unnaturally thin, its form indistinct, as if made of heat, shimmer, and shadow. It was completely black, a silhouette against the roaring flames. Before his mind could fully process the image, it was gone, vanished back into the chaos of the fire. He blinked, his heart hammering against his ribs. A hallucination. A trick of the heat and the wind and his own overstimulated senses. It had to be. Zane, are you all right? Ben's frantic voice cut through his shock. The thermals just went crazy. A huge spike right on your position. Get out of there. Now. Zane didn't need to be told twice. He shoved the cold locket into a secure pocket of his cargo pants and scrambled away from the rim, his earlier triumph forgotten, replaced by a primal urge to put distance between himself and the fire. He half ran, half stumbled back towards the camp, his boots sinking into the loose sand. He did not look back. By the time he reached the relative safety of their setup, he was panting, his lungs burning. Ben rushed to meet him, his face a mask of worry. What happened? What was that? Nothing. Just a gust of wind, Zane lied, his voice hoarse. He couldn't bring himself to describe what he thought he saw. Saying it out loud would make it real, and he wasn't ready for it to be real. He stripped off the gloves and headset, the silence in his ears a deafening relief after the constant noise. He pulled a bottle of water from their cooler and drained half of it in one go. "Did you get it?" Ben asked, his gaze dropping to Zane's pocket. Zane reached in and pulled out the locket. He placed it on the small metal table they had set up. In the normal light of day, it looked less menacing. It was just a piece of old, tarnished jewelry, but the unnatural cold still clung to it. Even sitting on the table, it seemed to radiate a small aura of chill. Ben reached out a hesitant finger and touched it. He recoiled immediately. "It's freezing. How is that possible?" "Silver has high thermal conductivity. It probably retained the cold from being buried deep in the ground," Zane said, reciting a scientific explanation that sounded flimsy even to him. He needed a rational explanation. He clung to it. He picked up the locket and examined it more closely. It was sealed shut, the edges fused by time and corrosion. He tried to pry it open with his thumbnail, but it wouldn't budge. He felt an odd sense of possessiveness, a need to see what was inside. It was Kestrel's voice in his head. "The contents are irrelevant," but Damir's words were there too. To take something is to make a connection. "Let's try to contact Kestrel," Zane said, turning away from the locket. Confirm the acquisition and get the final payment. Then we can pack up and get out of this hellhole." Ben nodded, relief washing over his face. He went to the long-range satellite communication unit, a complex piece of equipment with its own small, deployable dish. Powering it on, should be able to get a signal, but the atmospheric interference from the fire might make it choppy. Zane sat at the table, the locket in front of him. He couldn't stop looking at it. He ran his thumb over the tarnished surface. He felt a faint vibration from the metal, or maybe he imagined it. He turned it over. The back was smooth except for a few scratches. He tilted it in the light. The scratches were not random. They formed a name, crudely carved into the silver, Soborov. Saborov, Zane whispered. It was the name of the geologist Damir had mentioned, the man who had fallen, the locket's owner. "Trying to establish a handshake with the satellite," Ben said, fiddling with the controls. "It's weird. The signal strength is all over the place." Zane focused on the locket again, trying once more to open it. He inserted the tip of a small knife into the seam and twisted. With a faint groan of protesting metal, the locket sprang open. It was empty. At least it appeared empty at first. Both inner faces of the oval were coated in a dark, almost black patina. There was no space for a picture, no tiny compartment. Zane felt a stab of disappointment. It was just an empty piece of metal. But as he stared into the dark interior, he saw something. The patina wasn't uniform. It was a mass of impossibly fine, spiraling lines, like a fingerprint or a galaxy rendered in miniature. He tilted the locket, and the pattern seemed to shift, the lines coiling and uncoiling in a way that defied the light. It was an optical illusion, mesmerizing and deeply unsettling. "Zane," Ben's voice was sharp, cutting through his focus. "You need to see this." Zane looked up, annoyed at the interruption. Ben was staring at the drone's monitor, his face completely drained of color. His mouth was slightly agape. "What is it?" Zane asked, getting up and walking over. "The drone footage," Ben said, his voice barely a whisper. He pointed a trembling finger at the screen. "I was reviewing the recording from when you found the locket." The screen showed the footage from the drone's camera, a high-angle shot of Zane kneeling by the hole he had dug. The image was clear, the colors sharp. The camera's microphone had captured the overwhelming roar of the fire. "I don't see anything," Zane said, impatient. "Watch," Ben commanded, "right when you stand up." Ben rewound the footage a few seconds and played it. Zane watched himself on the screen, a small figure against a backdrop of fire. He saw his screen self stand up, the locket in his hand. He saw the triumphant grin on his own face. He saw the sudden gust of wind that kicked up the dust. But the footage showed something his eyes had missed. It wasn't a trick of the heat. It wasn't a hallucination. As the dust swirled around the on-screen Zane, a shape coalesced in the firelight behind him. It was not the vague, shadowy figure he had glimpsed. The drone's high-resolution camera had captured it with perfect, horrifying clarity. It was a man, or what was left of one. The figure was horribly burned, its skin blackened and peeling away to reveal scorched muscle and bone beneath. It wore the tattered remains of a uniform, a Soviet-era geologist's kit that was fused to its charred flesh. Its face was a nightmare mask, the features melted away, the mouth open in a permanent, silent scream. Its eyes were empty sockets, yet they were fixed directly on Zane's back. And as the gust of wind hit, the footage showed the burnt figure reaching out a skeletal, blackened hand, its fingers almost brushing Zane's shoulder, before it dissolved back into the fire as if it were made of smoke. Zane stared at the screen, his blood turning to ice. The image was impossible, a violation of every law of reality he held dear. He felt the cold weight of the locket in his pocket, no longer a trophy but a cursed brand. He had a connection now. He had found what he was looking for, and something had found him too. Chapter 4: Whispers on the Wind. Zane could not tear his gaze from the frozen image on the screen. The burnt man, the reaching hand, the silent scream captured in pristine digital clarity. His mind, which always sought logical, scientific explanations, was failing him. There was no scientific explanation for this. This was a ghost, a phantom, a horror he had only ever read about in fiction. "Play it again," he said, his voice a dry rasp. Ben, looking shaken, worked the controls. The footage rewound and played. Again the on-screen Zane stood up, the locket in his hand. Again the wind swirled. And again the charred figure emerged from the flames, its burnt hand reaching, its empty eyes fixed on him. It was there. It was real. It's him," Ben stammered, his face ashen. "It must be Saburov, the geologist." Zane felt a wave of nausea. He backed away from the screen, his hand instinctively going to the pocket where the locket rested, a cold weight against his leg. Damir Kulev's words echoed in his head with terrifying new significance. To take something is to make a connection. He had taken the locket. He had opened a door. "We need to leave," Ben said, his voice firm, snapping Zane out of his trance. "Right now. Forget Kestrel, forget the money. We pack up and we drive until this place is a bad memory." Zane wanted to agree. Every rational part of his brain screamed at him to run, but something else held him back, the locket. He pulled it from his pocket, the chill of it a shocking contrast to the desert heat. It felt heavier now, imbued with a terrible significance. He couldn't just leave. The contract was not complete. And a deeper, more troubling thought surfaced. What if leaving wouldn't be enough? What if the connection was already made? "No," Zane said, his voice surprisingly steady. "We finish the job. We contact Kestrel, we send him the proof, we get the final payment. Then we go." It was a lie, a desperate attempt to impose the familiar structure of a business transaction onto a situation that had spiraled into the supernatural. He needed to maintain control, even if it was an illusion. "Are you insane?" Ben shot back, his voice rising in disbelief. "Did you not just see that? There is a ghost, a literal, honest-to-God ghost, haunting this pit, and you're worried about a wire transfer." "Think, Ben," Zane snapped, his own fear twisting into anger. "We have a client who knows we're here, who knows what we came for. We can't just disappear. We follow the protocol. We complete the contract. We get paid and we walk away clean." "There is nothing clean about this." Ben gestured wildly at the crater. Before Zane could argue further, the satellite communication unit, which had been silent, crackled to life. A green light blinked on the console. "I've got a connection," Ben said, his anger momentarily forgotten, replaced by surprise. "A secure channel is open." On the terminal screen, a text field appeared. It was Kestrel. "Report, what is your status?" Zane took a deep breath, forcing himself back into the role of the cool-headed professional. He sat down at the console. He needed to show Kestrel he had the object, but he couldn't risk sending a picture that showed his own face, his own location. His paranoia, usually a professional asset, was now screaming at him. He took the locket and placed it on the dark, non-reflective surface of an equipment case. He angled a small digital camera, ensuring only the locket and the case were in the frame. He took a picture and uploaded it. He typed his reply: "Acquisition successful, object is secure, see attached." He hit send. The image file uploaded slowly, the progress bar crawling across the screen. For a long minute, there was no response from Kestrel. The only sounds were the roar of the crater and the frantic thumping of Zane's own heart. Then a new message: "Visual confirmed. Excellent work. Payment is being processed." A moment later, Zane's banking app pinged with a notification. The final payment, a number large enough to buy a house, was in his account. A wave of relief, so potent it almost made him dizzy, washed over him. It was done. The transaction was complete. Kestrel's final message came through. "A courier will meet you at the Grand Turkmen Hotel in Ashgabat in 24 hours. Room 303. Come alone. Bring the object. Once the exchange is made, our business is concluded." The connection terminated. The green light on the console went out. "Okay," Zane said, standing up. "There, it's finished. We have our money, now we can go." He felt a renewed sense of purpose. The plan was back on track. A simple drop-off in the city and they were free. Ben was still staring at him, his expression a mixture of fear and bewilderment. "You're just going to hand that thing over, after what we saw?" "It's what we were paid to do," Zane said firmly. "It will be Kestrel's problem then, not ours." But as he said it, he felt a strange reluctance to part with the locket. It was as if the cold metal had a faint magnetic pull on him. They began to pack with frantic energy, tearing down the camp with practiced speed. They worked in silence, each lost in his own thoughts. Zane tried to force the image of the burnt man from his mind, focusing only on the mechanics of stowing gear and securing cases. But the image was burned onto the inside of his eyelids. Every time he blinked, he saw those empty, accusing sockets. As they loaded the last of the Pelican cases into the Land Cruiser, the desert wind began to pick up again. It was a low, mournful sound that snaked around the dunes. But this time, it carried something else with it. A whisper. It was faint, barely audible under the crater's roar, but it was unmistakably a voice. A soft, sibilant sound, like sand skittering across glass. "Zayn." Zane froze, his hand on the truck's door. "Did you hear that?" Ben, on the other side of the vehicle, looked at him, his face pale. "Hear what?" "I didn't hear anything but the wind." The whisper came again, clearer this time, seeming to curl right into his ear. "I have a gift for you." Zane spun around, searching the empty landscape. There was nothing, just the vast, featureless desert and the monstrous, burning pit. He was hearing things. It was the noise, the lack of sleep, the stress. Auditory pareidolia, just as he had told Ben. "Nothing," Zane said, shaking his head. "Let's go." He climbed into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and started the engine. The powerful diesel engine roared to life, a comforting, mechanical sound in this place of unnatural phenomena. He put the truck in gear and sped away from the crater, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. They drove for an hour in silence, putting as much distance as they could between themselves and the Darvaza crater. The orange glow in the sky behind them slowly faded, and with it, some of the tension in the cab. The sun was high and brutal, and the air conditioning was fighting a losing battle, but it was a familiar discomfort, a worldly one. Zane chanced a look at Ben. His friend was slumped in the passenger seat, his eyes closed, though Zane knew he wasn't sleeping. He was retreating into himself, processing the horror of the last few hours. Zane felt a pang of guilt. He had dragged Ben into this. His ambition, his greed, had put them both in the path of something ancient and malevolent. He reached into his pocket and his fingers closed around the locket. The cold was still there, a small patch of winter in his pocket. He resisted the urge to take it out, to open it, to stare into the swirling patterns inside. The whispers started again. This time they were not on the wind. They were inside his head. It was no longer a faint, sibilant sound, but a clear, articulate voice. It was calm and reasonable, the kind of voice that inspired trust. It wasn't the voice of a monster. "You don't have to give it to them, Zane," the voice said, as smooth as silk. "They don't deserve it. They don't understand its value. But you do. You understand power." Zane's hands tightened on the steering wheel. He kept his eyes fixed on the dirt track ahead. He refused to acknowledge the voice. It wasn't real. "Think of what you could do," the voice continued, its tone becoming more seductive. "No more grubbing for contracts from men like Kestrel. No more risking your life for their trinkets. The world could be yours. Wealth, fame, anything you desire, you just have to ask." "Stop it," Zane whispered, his voice cracking. "Stop what?" Ben asked, his eyes snapping open. He looked at Zane with concern. "Are you okay? You're white as a sheet." Zane couldn't answer. The voice in his head was laughing, a soft, chilling sound. "He can't hear me, Zane. This is just for you. We have a connection, you and I. I was so lonely in the dark, so cold, but you found me. You woke me up." Zane slammed his foot on the brake. The Land Cruiser skidded to a halt in a cloud of dust. He was breathing heavily, his chest tight. "What is wrong with you?" Ben demanded, bracing himself against the dashboard. Zane fumbled in his pocket and threw the locket onto the dashboard. It landed with a soft clink, looking small and harmless. "It's this thing," he gasped. "It's talking to me." Ben stared at the locket, then back at Zane, his expression hardening. "The old man, Damir, he warned you. He said it offers gifts." The voice in Zane's head grew stronger, more insistent. "Don't listen to him. He's weak. He's afraid of what you could become. I can show you things, Zane. Secrets hidden from mortal eyes. I can make you a god." Zane covered his ears, but it did no good. The voice was inside. He felt a terrifying, seductive pull towards the locket. A part of him, the ambitious, greedy part that had driven him his whole life, was listening to the voice. It was tempted. The promises were everything he had ever wanted. He looked at the locket, at the tarnished silver. He saw a faint reflection of his own face on its surface, and for a split second his reflection twisted and changed. His eyes glowed with a faint orange light. His mouth stretched into a wide, predatory grin that was not his own. He cried out and recoiled, scrambling away from the dashboard as if it were on fire. The image vanished, leaving only his own terrified face reflected in the silver. "We have to get rid of it," Zane said, his voice trembling. "We have to destroy it." He reached for the locket, his hand shaking. But as his fingers got close, the voice in his head screamed, a psychic shriek of pure rage that made him flinch back in pain. "No, you are mine." The Land Cruiser's windows suddenly frosted over, cracking from an instantaneous, impossible drop in temperature. The metal of the dashboard groaned. The locket on the dashboard began to glow with a soft, cold blue light. The air in the cab grew frigid, and their breath plumed in front of them. Outside, the desert sun blazed, but inside the truck, a pocket of Arctic winter had descended. Ben stared in horror, his eyes wide. "Zane, what's happening?" The locket's glow intensified, and the voice in Zane's head became a chorus of whispers, a legion of voices all speaking at once, promising him power, glory, and eternal life if he would only accept their gift. And a dark, terrible part of him wanted too. It wanted to very badly. Chapter 5: The Grand Turkmen. The cold dissipated as quickly as it had arrived. One moment the windows were coated in a thick layer of frost. The next they were clear, with condensation trickling down the glass. The air in the cab became stiflingly hot again. The locket on the dashboard ceased its glow, returning to a simple, inert piece of tarnished silver. Zane was left gasping, his heart racing. The chorus of whispers in his head had faded back to a single, seductive voice, now tinged with a note of warning. "I can be a powerful friend, Zane, or a terrifying enemy. The choice is yours." "Drive," Ben said, his voice quiet but firm. His face was pale, but his eyes were clear. The fear was there, but it was overlaid with a grim resolve. "Get us to Ashgabat. We are giving this thing to the courier. We are getting on the first plane out of this country. No more arguments." Zane nodded, his throat too tight to speak. He picked up the locket. This time he didn't put it in his pocket. He opened the glove compartment, placed the locket inside, and slammed the door shut, as if that could contain the evil within it. He put the truck in gear and drove, his hands shaking so badly he could barely keep the vehicle on the track. The voice in his head was quiet for the rest of the journey, but its silence was somehow more menacing than its whispers. It was a patient silence, the silence of a predator that knows its prey is trapped. Zane felt its presence, a cold spot in the back of his mind, watching, waiting. They reached the outskirts of Ashgabat as dusk was falling. The city of white marble rose from the desert like a fevered dream, its golden domes gleaming in the last light of the sun. The opulence felt obscene after the raw, desolate emptiness of the desert. They found the Grand Turkmen Hotel, a monument to extravagant taste, its lobby vast and echoing, filled with polished marble and oversized chandeliers. It was a place designed to impress, to project an image of power and wealth. Zane checked them in, his movements stiff and robotic. He felt disconnected from his surroundings, a ghost walking through a world that was no longer entirely real. He was acutely aware of the weight of the glove compartment key in his pocket, a key that locked away a piece of tangible damnation. Their room was as ostentatious as the lobby, with gilded furniture and heavy velvet curtains. Ben immediately went to the window, pulling the curtains shut, as if he could block out the entire country. "Okay, the meet is in room 303. In." Ben checked his watch. "Less than an hour. What's the plan?" "The plan is the plan," Zane said, his voice hollow. "I go to the room, I give the courier the locket, I walk away." "And what if the voice in your head decides it doesn't want to go?" Ben asked, his gaze intense. Zane had no answer for that. He walked into the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. He stared at his reflection in the ornate mirror. He looked haunted. His eyes were wide, his face gaunt. Was he imagining the faint orange tint in his irises? He looked closer. It was gone. A trick of the light. "It doesn't have to be," the voice whispered, returning softly. "You're seeing your potential, your true self." Zane slammed his hand on the marble countertop. "Get out of my head," he hissed at his own reflection. He took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. He had to do this. He had to get rid of the locket. He walked back into the main room. "I'm going," he said to Ben. "Lock the door behind me. Don't open it for anyone but me." Ben nodded, his expression grim. "Be careful, Zane." Zane went back down to the truck. The short walk through the pristine, air-conditioned hotel and into the humid night air of the parking garage felt like crossing a continent. He unlocked the Land Cruiser, the sound of the locks disengaging unnaturally loud in the quiet garage. He opened the glove compartment. The locket sat there innocuous. He reached for it, his hand hesitating. "Don't do it," the voice pleaded, its tone now filled with a strange, desperate sorrow. "Don't give me to them. They will try to destroy me. You are my only hope." "You're not real," Zane muttered, his fingers closing around the cold metal. The chill was immediate, shocking. He pulled it out and shoved it deep into his pocket. He locked the truck and walked back into the hotel, his every step feeling heavy, as if he were walking through water. He took the elevator to the third floor. The hallway was decorated in the same opulent style as the rest of the hotel, with thick carpets that muffled his footsteps. He felt utterly alone. He found room 303 and stood before the door for a long moment, his heart pounding. This was it, the end of the contract. He raised his hand and knocked. There was no answer. He knocked again, louder this time. "Courier, it's Zane Carrick. I have the delivery." Still nothing. A prickle of unease ran down his spine. He tried the handle. It was unlocked. He pushed the door open slowly. The room was dark. The heavy curtains were drawn, blocking out the city lights. A single floor lamp in the corner cast long, distorted shadows across the room. The air was still and smelled faintly of ozone. "Hello," Zane called out, his voice sounding small in the silence. He stepped into the room, letting the door click shut behind him. His eyes adjusted to the dim light. The room was a standard suite, with a small sitting area and a king-sized bed. On the table in the center of the room was a sleek, metallic briefcase. The courier was not there. Zane's senses were on high alert. This felt wrong. A professional courier would not leave a door unlocked. They would not leave their payment unattended. He cautiously approached the table, his eyes scanning the shadows in the corners of the room. He reached the table and looked at the briefcase. It was the payment, he assumed. But where was the person he was supposed to give the locket to? And then he saw him. The courier was slumped in a high-backed armchair in the darkest corner of the room, his back to Zane. Only the top of his head and one hand, dangling limply over the armrest, were visible. "Hey," Zane said, his voice tight. "Are you all right?" There was no response. Zane walked around the chair. The courier was a man in a nondescript gray suit. His head was slumped onto his chest and his eyes were wide open, staring at nothing. His skin had a gray, waxy pallor. He was dead. There were no signs of violence, no blood. He looked as if he had simply stopped. Zane stumbled back, his mind reeling. A setup. It was a setup. Kestrel had no intention of a simple exchange. As he backed away, his foot bumped into something on the floor. He looked down. It was a small, scientific instrument, a type of Geiger counter but more advanced. Its needle was buried in the red. It was detecting some kind of intense energy emission. He looked at the dead courier, then at the device. Then his gaze fell upon his own pocket, the pocket that held the locket. The voice in his head, which had been silent, spoke again. It was no longer seductive or pleading. It was triumphant. "I told you they would try to destroy me. He was here to confirm my energy signature. The briefcase is not a payment. It is a cage." Zane looked at the metallic briefcase on the table. It wasn't a briefcase. He recognized the design from black market tech sites. It was a portable containment unit, lined with lead and other exotic materials, designed to shield and suppress powerful energy sources. Kestrel hadn't just wanted the locket. He had wanted to imprison the entity within it. The dead man in the chair had been the first line of defense, a scout to confirm the target was present. But something had gone wrong. The jinn's power had been too strong. It had simply turned him off. The horror of his situation crashed down on Zane. He was trapped. He was in a room with a dead body, holding an artifact of immense power that his client wanted to contain, and that had just effortlessly killed a man. The door to the hallway burst open. Two figures dressed in tactical gear and holding weapons that were not standard issue stormed into the room. They were not hotel security. They were professionals, Kestrel's cleanup crew. Their weapons were pointed directly at him. "Drop it," one of them yelled, his voice distorted by a helmet. "Drop the artifact now." Zane was frozen, his mind a whirlwind of fear and panic. "Don't let them take me," the jinn's voice hissed in his mind, now full of cold, ancient fury. Kill them. I will give you the power. Zane could feel it, a surge of cold energy flooding his veins, emanating from the locket in his pocket. He could feel power coiling in his muscles, a strength that was not his own. The tactical team took a step forward, their weapons unwavering. He had a choice: surrender the locket and probably be killed to tie up loose ends, or accept the jinn's gift and unleash a power he could not possibly comprehend or control. The room seemed to shrink, the air crackling with energy, the choice hanging before him, a terrifying, razor-thin line between two different kinds of damnation. Chapter 6: A Bargain of Fire and Shadow. The world narrowed to the space between Zane and the two armed figures. The air was thick with tension, a palpable static that prickled his skin. Their weapons were steady, their posture radiating lethal intent. They were not here to negotiate. "They will kill you," the jinn's voice echoed in his skull, no longer a whisper but a commanding roar. "They will put me in that box, and they will kill you to erase their mistake. Is that the end you want? A footnote in a rich man's ledger." Zane's heart hammered against his ribs. Panic was a rising tide, threatening to drown him. He saw his own death in the dark visors of the tactical team. He had lived his life by a code of self-preservation, of putting his own survival above all else. That instinct was now screaming at him. "Let me help you," the jinn offered, its voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper once more. "Just a little. A taste of what we can do together. Just say yes." He had no choice. It wasn't even a decision. It was a reflex. Surrender meant certain death. Fighting back was a chance. "Yes," Zane breathed, the word a faint puff of air. The effect was instantaneous. The coldness that had been a localized chill emanating from the locket exploded through his body. It was not the cold of ice, but the absolute cold of the void, a soul-deep frost that extinguished all warmth. The locket in his pocket flared with an unseen energy, and the room plunged into an unnatural darkness. The floor lamp flickered violently and died. The city lights visible through the crack in the curtains vanished, as if a switch had been thrown on the world. It was a profound, suffocating blackness. The two tactical operators grunted in surprise. Their helmet-mounted lights flared to life, cutting sharp, white cones through the oppressive dark. "What was that? Power grid failure," one of them shouted. "Doesn't matter, keep your light on him," the other commanded. But Zane was no longer where he had been standing. The instant the darkness fell, he felt a pull, a violent, disorienting lurch. His body moved with a speed and silence that was not his own. He was no longer in front of them, but at the side of the room, flattened against the wall, his own breathing silenced, his presence erased. The jinn was in control, using his body like a puppet. He could see the two beams of light sweeping back and forth across the space where he had been. He could see the dead courier in the chair, a silent witness in the dark. "They cannot see you if you do not wish to be seen," the jinn's voice purred in his mind. "The shadows are my domain, and now they are ours." One of the operators took a hesitant step forward, his weapon panning across the room. "Subject has vanished. I don't have a visual." "Impossible," the other snapped. "He was right there, check the corners, he can't have gone far." Zane watched them, his fear replaced by a strange, exhilarating sense of power. He was the predator now. He could feel the jinn's cold fury flowing through him, a desire to lash out, to punish these men for their audacity. The first operator moved closer to the armchair where the dead courier sat. As his light beam passed over the body, the corpse's head snapped up. Its jaw dropped open, and a long, drawn-out shriek filled the room, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror that did not come from human lungs. The operator screamed and stumbled backward, firing a panicked, three-round burst from his weapon into the ceiling. Plaster rained down. "What the hell?" his partner yelled, swinging his light toward the sound. In that moment of distraction, the jinn acted. Zayn felt his arm move, his hand darting out to the floor lamp he now stood beside. His fingers, guided by an alien intelligence, closed around the lamp's thick power cord. He ripped it from the wall with a surge of impossible strength. Now the jinn commanded. Zayn lunged from the shadows. He moved like a blur, covering the distance to the second operator in a single, silent step. Before the man could react, Zayn whipped the power cord like a bullwhip. The heavy plug at the end, now a makeshift flail, slammed into the side of the man's helmet with a sickening crunch of plastic and bone. The operator crumpled to the floor without a sound, his light beam skittering across the carpet before extinguishing. The first operator, recovering from the shock of the screaming corpse, spun around just in time to see his partner fall. "Contact!" he yelled into his comms, raising his weapon. But Zayn was already moving again. He dropped the cord and lunged for the metallic briefcase on the table. It was heavy, but his newfound strength made it manageable. He hoisted it, using it as a shield. The operator fired. The round slammed into the briefcase, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. The case shuddered in Zayn's grip, the impacts jarring his arms, but the bullets did not penetrate its exotic alloy. Zayn charged. He drove forward, ramming the heavy case into the operator's chest. The man grunted, the air driven from his lungs, and staggered back. Zayn swung the case like a battering ram, a brutal, sweeping blow that caught the man in the head. The operator went down hard, his helmet flying off and skittering into a corner. He was unconscious, or worse. Silence descended on the room, broken only by Zayn's own ragged breathing. The oppressive darkness remained. He stood in the center of the room, the heavy briefcase in his hands, surrounded by two unconscious bodies and one dead one. He had won. "See," the jinn whispered, its voice dripping with satisfaction. "They were nothing, insects, and this is only the beginning." The cold power in his veins began to recede, leaving him feeling shaky and nauseous. The supernatural strength faded, and the briefcase suddenly felt immensely heavy. He let it thud to the floor. The absolute darkness lightened, returning to the dim gloom of before. The floor lamp flickered back on. Zayn stared at the scene of carnage, his mind struggling to accept what he had just done. He had taken down two trained, armed operatives. He had moved like a phantom. He had become a monster. He stumbled backward, away from the bodies, until his back hit the wall. He slid down to the floor, his head in his hands. "What have I become?" he whispered. "You have become a survivor," the jinn answered simply. You have become free. Kestrel sent them to cage me and kill you. Now they are the ones who have failed. We are in control." Zane's mind raced. He was a fugitive. He had assaulted, possibly killed, 2 men. He was in a foreign country, marked for death by a powerful, shadowy client. And his only ally was a malevolent entity from a forgotten age that was currently residing in his head. He had to get out of the room, out of the hotel, out of the country. He got to his feet, his legs unsteady. He avoided looking at the bodies on the floor. He retrieved the briefcase. He didn't know why, but the jinn's earlier words, "It is a cage," stuck in his mind. It seemed like something important to have. He looked at the dead courier, then at the unconscious operators. Their comms. Kestrel would know what happened. He would send more people. The entire hotel could be crawling with them soon. He had to get to Ben. He pocketed the dead courier's room key and grabbed a "Do Not Disturb" sign from the back of the door, hanging it on the outside handle as he left. He walked down the hallway, forcing himself to move at a normal pace, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He felt exposed, convinced that every camera was watching him, that every guest he passed knew what he had just done. He reached his own room and knocked, a specific rhythm he and Ben always used. The door opened a crack, and Ben's terrified face appeared. "Zane, what happened? I heard shouting noises." Zane pushed his way inside and locked the door behind him. Pack everything. We have to go now." Ben saw the briefcase in Zane's hand, the fresh scrapes and dents on its surface. He saw the wild, haunted look in Zane's eyes. "What did you do?" Ben asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I survived," Zane said, his voice flat. He dropped the heavy case on the floor. "Kestrel sent a team. They weren't there for an exchange. They were there to eliminate us and contain the locket." Ben stared at him, then at the case. His face, already pale, lost its remaining color. "You fought them." "It helped me," Zane said, tapping his pocket where the locket still rested. The cold was a familiar presence now, a permanent part of him. The jinn, it, gave me an edge. Ben backed away, a look of genuine fear in his eyes. He wasn't looking at a friend anymore. He was looking at a man who had made a deal with a demon. "We have to get out of the city," Zane continued, his mind working with a frantic, cold clarity that he recognized as the jinn's influence. "They'll be watching the airport, the train station. We need to go overland, back into the desert." "To where?" Ben asked, bewildered. "We'll die in the desert." "No, we won't," Zane said. He looked at Ben, and for a moment he felt a flicker of the old Zane, a pang of regret for what he was dragging his friend into. There was someone else at the crater, the old man, Damir Kulev. "The mystic, the guy who warned us away." "He knows what this thing is," Zane said, a new, desperate hope forming. "His grandfather was there. He said he spent his life trying to keep it sealed. He knows the stories. He might know how to fight it, how to get rid of it." Ben looked from Zane to the door, then back again. He was trapped, a passenger in a nightmare that was accelerating out of control. "And how do we find him? The desert is a big place." "He found us once," Zane said, a grim certainty in his voice. "If we go back there, back to the source, he'll find us again. He has too. It was a wild, desperate gamble, a plan born of terror and a sliver of hope. To escape the modern, human monster hunting them, they had to run back into the arms of the ancient, supernatural one. They had to return to the door to hell. Chapter 7. An Alliance of Desperation. Leaving the Grand Turkmen was a masterclass in controlled panic. They packed in a blur of motion, stuffing gear into bags with no thought for organization. Zane's mind was a razor's edge, sharpened by the jinn's cold logic. He saw angles and escape routes, calculated risks with unnerving speed. He was aware of the hotel's security cameras, the placement of the staff, the flow of guests through the lobby. "They will be watching the main entrance," the jinn whispered. "The service corridors are our path." Zane led Ben through a fire exit and into the labyrinthine back-of-house corridors. The opulence of the hotel vanished, replaced by concrete floors, humming electrical panels, and the smell of industrial cleaner. They moved through the building's guts like ghosts, emerging into a loading dock area behind the kitchens. The air was thick with the smell of cooking oil and garbage. Their Land Cruiser was still in the parking garage, but the main vehicle exits would be monitored. Zane's eyes scanned the area. He saw a low point in the perimeter wall, masked by overgrown bougainvillea. "There," he said, pointing. "We go over the wall, circle around, come at the garage from the street." Ben, laden with 2 heavy bags, just nodded, his face a mask of grim acceptance. He was past arguing, caught in the undertow of Zane's nightmare. They scaled the wall and dropped into a dusty alleyway, finding their way back to the street. The city seemed different now, its gleaming facades hiding unseen threats. Every passing car, every person on the sidewalk was a potential enemy. They entered the parking garage through the public entrance, their hearts pounding. Zane used the remote to unlock the Land Cruiser. The soft double click of the locks sounded like a gunshot in the cavernous space. They threw their gear and the heavy briefcase in the back and scrambled inside. As Zane started the engine, a dark sedan with tinted windows peeled away from a spot 2 levels down, its headlights off. It began to ascend the ramp towards them. "They're here," Zane hissed, slamming the truck into gear. He didn't head for the exit. He gunned the engine and drove deeper into the garage, tires squealing as he took a sharp turn. The sedan followed, its engine a low, powerful rumble. It was faster, more agile. In the open, they wouldn't stand a chance. "What are you doing?" Ben yelled, gripping the dashboard. "They expect us to run," Zane said, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. He swerved down another ramp, the big truck lurching. "I'm not going to do what they expect." He saw a concrete support pillar ahead. He wrenched the wheel, sliding the Land Cruiser into a parking spot behind it, killing the engine and the lights. They were plunged into the garage's dim, sodium vapor gloom. The sedan swept past their aisle, its occupants clearly expecting them to be further ahead. "Clever," the jinn purred in his mind, "but they will circle back. We have a moment, no more." "Get ready," Zane whispered to Ben. As the sedan reached the end of the level and turned to come back, Zane started the engine. The roar of the diesel was a declaration of war. He slammed his foot on the accelerator. The Land Cruiser shot out from behind the pillar, T-boning the sedan with a deafening crash of screeching metal and shattering glass. The force of the impact was brutal, throwing Zane and Ben forward against their seat belts. The sedan was pinned against the opposite wall, its frame bent, its horn blaring incessantly. Zane didn't wait to see the outcome. He reversed, the truck's reinforced bumper tearing away from the wrecked car, and sped towards the exit. He rocketed up the ramp and out onto the street, ignoring the screeching of the ticket gate as he smashed through it. He glanced in the rearview mirror. No one was following, for now. He navigated the city's wide, empty boulevards with reckless speed, heading north back towards the desert. The white marble palaces gave way to residential blocks, then industrial zones, and finally the familiar, crushing darkness of the open country. The adrenaline began to fade, leaving Zane feeling hollowed out. He had committed multiple felonies in a totalitarian state. He was being hunted by a team of professional killers, and he had done it all with the casual brutality of a movie villain. The man he was just a few days ago, the arrogant artifact hunter, seemed like a naive stranger from another lifetime. "Are you okay?" Ben asked, his voice shaky. He had a cut on his forehead from the impact. "No," Zane answered honestly, "but I'm alive." The voice of the djinn was quiet content. It had what it wanted. Its host was on the run, dependent, and heading back towards its source of power. They drove for hours, the silence in the cab thick with unspoken fear. The road dissolved back into a dirt track. The sky ahead began to lighten, not with the dawn, but with the familiar, hellish glow of the Darvaza crater. The low rumble began again, a vibration felt more than heard. They were returning to the place where it had all started. As they drew closer, the landscape became a twisted parody of their first visit. The dunes seemed more menacing, the shadows deeper. The roar of the fire sounded less like a geological phenomenon and more like the triumphant jeering of a vast, unseen crowd. Zane pulled the truck to a stop in the same area they had camped before. The place felt tainted, haunted by the memory of what they had discovered. "Now what?" Ben asked, his voice laced with despair. "We just sit here and wait for that old man to show up." "What else can we do?" Zane replied, his own hope dwindling. It had seemed like a viable plan in the city, but out here, in the overwhelming presence of the crater, it felt like a fool's errand. He got out of the truck. The heat was a physical blow. The noise was a wall. He walked slowly towards the crater's rim, stopping a safe distance away. He stared into the inferno, the chaotic dance of 1,000 flames. It was beautiful and terrifying, a glimpse into the planet's molten heart. "It feels good to be home," the djinn sighed in his mind. "The air here. It sings, I am stronger here." Zane could feel it. The cold spot in his mind was expanding, the djinn's presence more potent, more insistent. He felt a strange pull towards the fire, a desire to get closer, to step over the edge and into the flames. The locket in his pocket pulsed with a faint, cold energy. He fought the urge, turning his back on the pit. As he turned, he saw him. Damir Kulev was standing beside the Land Cruiser, as if he had materialized from the desert air. He had not been there seconds ago. He stood with his hands resting on his walking stick, his ancient eyes fixed on Zane. He did not look surprised to see them. He looked weary, as if he were greeting an old, unavoidable sorrow. Zane's heart leaped. He jogged back to the truck, with Ben getting out to stand beside him. "You came back," Damir said. "It was not a question." "We need your help," Zane said, his voice desperate. "You were right about everything. I took something, an old locket." Damir's gaze flickered to Zane's pocket and he nodded slowly. "I know. I can feel its chill even from here. You have made the connection. The Ifrit now has a foothold in your soul." "Ifrit, you mean the jinn?" Ben asked. "It has many names," Damir said, his eyes never leaving Zane. "Malakan-Nar, the king of the fire. It is an ancient and powerful one trapped here long before my grandfather's time. The crater is not its prison. The fire is. The constant flame, the unending roar. It is a cage of sound and light and heat that scours it, weakens it, holds it in place." "But he's not in place," Zane said, gesturing to himself. "He's with me, in my head." "The locket," Damir explained, his voice patient like a teacher explaining a difficult concept. "It belonged to a man of my grandfather's crew, geologist Saburov. He was a weak man full of greed and ambition. When the Ifrit whispered promises from the rock, he listened. He was the first one it tried to claim. When he fell into the crater, his soul, full of terror and regret, was snared by the jinn. His locket became an anchor, a conduit through which the jinn could focus its will beyond the fire's edge. A key, waiting for a new hand to turn it." Zane felt a cold dread wash over him. He was not the first. He was just the latest in a line of fools. "Can you help us?" he pleaded. "Can you sever the connection? Can we destroy the locket?" Damir was silent for a long moment, his gaze distant, as if he were listening to the voice of the desert itself. "Destroying the locket will not be enough," he said finally. "It is merely the key. You have opened the door. The Ifrit has tasted your world through your senses. It has tasted your desires. It will not let you go easily. To sever the connection, you must renounce the bargain." "Bargain? I didn't make a bargain," Zane protested. "You did," Damir said, his eyes locking onto Zane with piercing intensity. "In that hotel room, when you were faced with death, you asked for its help. You said yes. You accepted its gift of power in exchange for your survival. That is a bargain, a contract as old as time, and the Ifrit always collects on its debts." A new, terrifying understanding dawned on Zane. The jinn hadn't just been possessing him. It had been tricking him into a formal pact. "What is the price?" Zane asked, his voice barely a whisper. "What does it want?" Damir's expression was grim. "It is a creature of fire and energy trapped in a physical prison. It wants what it does not have: a body, a permanent vessel to walk in your world free from the scouring fire. It wants to trade places, Zane Carrick. The price of your bargain is you." Chapter 8: The Salt and the Sand. Zane felt the blood drain from his face. The desert heat suddenly felt like a distant memory, replaced by an internal winter that had nothing to do with the jinn's power. He was not a host. He was a vessel, a container being prepared for a new occupant. The whispers, the promises of power, the assistance against Kestrel's men. It was all a negotiation, a grooming process to make him a willing and therefore permanent prison. He lies, the jinn's voice hissed in his mind, sharp and venomous. The old man fears our power. He wants you weak, broken, easy to control. I offer you a partnership, a merger. We can be a god. He offers you only oblivion. It's talking to me now, Zane said to Damir, his voice trembling. It says you're lying. Of course it does, Damir said calmly, his gaze unwavering. Deception is its native tongue. It cannot take you by force. The ancient laws prevent it. The vessel must be willing. It must choose to accept the gift. Every time you use its power, every time you accept its help, you strengthen the bargain. You surrender another piece of yourself. Ben, who had been listening with growing horror, finally spoke. So how do we stop it? There must be a way. Damir turned his gaze to the roaring crater. There is a way, but it is a difficult and dangerous path. The bargain must be broken, the vessel must be cleansed, and the key, the locket, must be returned to the fire. Cleanse me, how? Zane asked, a desperate edge to his voice. The Ifrit is a creature of smokeless fire and air, Damir explained, turning back to them. Its power is in deception, in illusion, in the mind. It is weakened by its opposites, by the physical, the elemental, the real, by earth and by water, specifically by salt. He gestured out into the desert. This land is not just sand, it is an ancient seabed. There are places nearby where the salt flats are as pure and white as snow. We must take you there. The Ifrit will fight you. It will not want to go. It will be at its weakest on the salt, far from the influence of its fire. Zane felt a surge of hope, the first he had felt in days. A plan, a tangible course of action. And the locket. Returning it to the fire is the final step, but it can only be done by the one who holds the contract. You, Zane Carrick, you must be the one to cast it back into the heart of the flame. It will be a test of your will. The Ifrit will use all its power, show you every illusion, promise you every desire to stop you. Zane looked at the crater, at the impossible wall of heat and noise. The thought of approaching it, of standing at the very edge of that inferno, was terrifying. But the thought of the jinn succeeding, of being a passenger in his own body for eternity, was infinitely worse. "I'll do it," he said, his voice firm. No, the jinn shrieked in his mind, a blast of psychic rage that made him stagger. He will kill you. The salt will burn you. It is a trap. Zane gritted his teeth, fighting the wave of panic the jinn was trying to induce. "It's getting stronger," he gasped, clutching his head. "It doesn't want me to go with you." "We must move quickly," Damir said, his calm authority a balm against the chaos in Zane's head. "The longer you wait, the deeper its roots will grow in your soul." He looked at Ben. "You must drive. Your friend will not be able to. The Ifrit will fight for control." Ben nodded, his expression grim but resolute. "Just tell me where to go." Damir gave him a series of simple directions, pointing out subtle landmarks in the seemingly featureless desert. A uniquely shaped rock formation, a dip in the terrain, a distant, shimmering line on the horizon. They climbed into the land cruiser. Ben was in the driver's seat, Damir in the passenger seat, and Zane was in the back, huddled against the door as far from the others as he could get. He felt like a leper, a contaminated man. He also took the heavy briefcase, the containment unit, and put it on the floor at his feet. It was a cage. He might need a cage. As Ben started the engine and turned the truck away from the crater, the jinn's assault on Zane's mind began in earnest. "She is waiting for you, Zane," the voice crooned, showing him a vivid image of a woman he had once loved, her face full of longing. "She misses you. I can bring her to you. Right now." Zane squeezed his eyes shut. "It's not real," he chanted under his breath. "It's not real." But this is, the voice snarled, and the illusion vanished, replaced by a flash of the hotel room. The dead courier, his eyes wide and empty. The operator with the crushed helmet. The sickening thud of the briefcase hitting his skull. Zane was flooded with a wave of guilt and self-loathing so powerful it made him gag. "You are a killer, Zane. They will hunt you forever, but I can protect you. I can make you disappear. I can give you a new life." "Zane, listen to my voice," Damir said from the front seat, his tone calm and steady. "Do not listen to the deceiver. Focus on the feeling of the truck moving, the vibration of the engine, the dust on the window. Focus on what is real." Zane tried, anchoring himself to the physical world. He could feel the jinn raging against Damir's influence, like a wild animal fighting a leash. The whispers turned to threats, promising him an eternity of torment, replaying his every failure and regret in a horrifying loop. They drove for what felt like an eternity. The landscape began to change. The sandy dunes gave way to cracked, barren earth. Patches of white began to appear, like frost on the ground. "We are close," Damir announced. As they crested a low rise, the view opened up before them. It was a vast, blindingly white salt flat, stretching for miles to the horizon. The air above it shimmered in the heat, creating watery mirages. It was a stark, beautiful, and alien landscape. "Here," Damir said, pointing to a spot where the salt began. "Stop here." Ben pulled the truck to a halt. The moment the wheels touched the edge of the salt, Zane felt a change. The constant, insidious pressure in his mind lessened. The jinn's voice became fainter, strained. "This place, it burns." The entity shrieked, its voice filled with a genuine agony that was deeply satisfying to Zane. "Don't go out there, turn back." "It's working," Zane said, a sense of relief washing over him. "It hates this place." "Now comes the first test," Damir said, getting out of the truck. "You must walk onto the salt, Zane. You must leave the machine, the last piece of your old world, and stand on the earth." Zane opened his door and stepped out. The air was different here. It was dry and carried a sharp, saline tang. He took a hesitant step onto the salt flat. The ground was a hard, crystalline crust that crunched under his boots. As his foot settled, a jolt went through him. It was not painful, but it was profoundly strange, like a static shock to his soul. The jinn screamed in his head, a thin, distant sound now. He felt a cleansing sensation, as if the salt was leaching a poison out of him. He took another step, then another, walking away from the truck and into the center of the vast, white emptiness. Ben and Damir watched from the edge. He stood under the immense, open sky, surrounded by a sea of white. For the first time in days, the voice in his head was almost silent, reduced to a faint, angry buzz. He felt a measure of peace, a clarity he thought he had lost forever. "What now?" Zane called out, his voice sounding small in the immense silence. "Now you must empty your pockets," Damir shouted back. "You must divest yourself of all that connects you to the bargain. Your ambition, your greed, cast them away." Zane looked down at himself. He understood. It was a ritual, a symbolic act. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet, thick with the cash he used for bribes, his ambition. He threw it onto the salt. He took off the expensive watch from his wrist, a symbol of the wealth he chased, his greed. It followed the wallet. He emptied his pockets of everything, a high-tech lockpick set, a burner phone, the key to the Land Cruiser. He cast it all away. Finally, only one thing remained. He reached into his other pocket and pulled out the locket. The moment it came into the open air of the salt flat, it began to react. The tarnished silver seemed to darken, and the unnatural cold intensified, spreading across his hand. The buzzing in his head roared back to life, the jinn focusing all its remaining power through the artifact. "Fool," the voice bellowed, no longer strained but powerful and immediate. "You think this can stop me? This is my anchor, my heart. While you hold it, you are mine." The locket grew heavy in his hand, its cold burning his skin even through the lingering numbness. He felt the jinns will surging through it, a desperate, final attempt to re-establish its dominance. He felt his own resolve begin to waver. The promises returned, more vivid than ever. Images of wealth beyond imagining, of power over nations, of a life free from fear and consequence. "Zane," Damir's voice cut through the illusions. "Do not listen. It is showing you lies. Renounce the bargain. Cast the key away." Zane struggled, his own desires warring with his will to be free. The locket felt like it was fused to his palm. A part of him didn't want to let it go. The power was intoxicating. He stammered, his gaze fixed on the locket. Suddenly, the air in front of him shimmered like the heat haze over the salt. The shimmer coalesced, taking on a form. It was the burnt man, the ghost of Saburov. He stood there on the salt, his form more solid than it had been in the hotel room. His empty eyes were fixed on Zane, and his mouth, a lipless hole in his charred face, moved. A voice, not the jinn's, but a dry, rasping whisper like ashes stirred by the wind, echoed in Zane's mind. "Free me." The ghost of the geologist, the jinn's first victim, was not a threat. It was a prisoner, its agony fueling the locket's power. It was pleading for release. That single, desperate plea shattered the jinn's illusions. This wasn't a partnership, it was slavery. This wasn't power, it was a curse. With a final, desperate cry of his own, Zane drew back his arm and hurled the locket as far as he could across the salt flat. It flew through the air, a dark speck against the white expanse, and landed with a soft crunch 50 yards away. The moment it left his hand, the pressure in his mind vanished. The voices, the images, the rage, all of it was gone. The silence was absolute and beautiful. He felt weak, empty, but he was himself again. He was free. He sank to his knees on the salt, gasping, a profound sense of relief washing over him. The first part of the ordeal was over. Chapter 9: The Race to the Fire. The silence in Zane's head was a fragile, precious thing. He knelt on the salt, the crystalline ground sharp against his knees, and savored it. The absence of the jinn's voice was a relief so profound it was almost a physical sensation, like a heavy cloak being lifted from his shoulders. He was exhausted, scoured clean from the inside out, but he was himself. He looked up. Ben and Damir were walking towards him, their figures dark against the blinding white of the salt flats. Far in the distance, the locket lay where it had fallen, a tiny, dark blemish on the pristine surface. "It's gone," Zane said as they approached, his voice hoarse. "The voice, it's gone." "The connection is broken," Damir affirmed, his ancient eyes studying Zane's face. "The salt has purified you, and by casting away the key, you have renounced the bargain. But the Ifrit is not defeated. It is merely disconnected. It is bound to the locket, furious and waiting." Ben reached them and helped Zane to his feet. "So what now? We just leave it there and go." Damir shook his head grimly. "No, that is the worst thing we could do. The locket is an anchor. Another person, someone drawn by greed or curiosity, could find it. The cycle would begin again. Or worse." "Worse?" Zane asked, his newfound peace already beginning to fray. "The men who hunt you," Damir said, his gaze turning back towards the direction of the crater. "Your kestrel. They are not fools, they will track you. If they find the locket here lying unprotected, they have technology, cages. They might succeed where you failed. They might capture the jinn. And a power like that, controlled by men like those, it would be a catastrophe far greater than one possessed soul." Zane's blood ran cold. He thought of the briefcase in the back of the Land Cruiser. A cage. He imagined men like the ones in the hotel room wielding the jinn's power of illusion and shadow, turning it into a weapon. The thought was horrifying. "We have to destroy it," Zane said, his resolve hardening. "You said we have to return it to the fire." "We do," Damir agreed. "And we must do it now. We have bought ourselves time, but we do not know how much. They will be hunting us." Zane walked over to where the locket lay. He looked down at it. It seemed smaller, less menacing now, just a piece of old, tarnished metal on the salt. But he knew the truth. It was a slumbering monster. He hesitated, his hand hovering over it. "Do not be afraid," Damir said, coming to stand beside him. "Its hold over you is broken. It is just an object now. A dangerous object, but it cannot command you unless you let it." Zane took a deep breath, knelt, and picked it up. It was still unnaturally cold, but the aggressive, invasive chill was gone. It was a passive cold now, the cold of a tomb. He closed his fist around it and stood up. "Let's go." They returned to the Land Cruiser, a silent, grim procession. Zane felt a renewed sense of purpose. Before, he had been a victim, a man running for his life. Now he was on a mission. It was no longer just about saving himself. It was about correcting his mistake. It was about closing the door he had so carelessly opened. Ben drove again, pushing the old truck to its limits as they sped back across the cracked earth, retracing their path. Zane sat in the back, the locket held tight in his fist. He could feel a faint, desperate vibration from the metal, a phantom echo of the rage and fury contained within, but there were no voices, no illusions. As they drove, Damir explained the final part of the plan. "The heart of the fire is the center of the crater. That is where the seal is strongest. You must cast the locket into the very center. It will not be easy. The Ifrit will be back at the height of its power there. Even without a direct connection to you, it will use the crater's energy to project its power. It will create illusions. It will try to frighten you away, to tempt you. It will show you things that are not there. What kind of things? Ben asked from the driver's seat, his eyes fixed on the horizon. It will use the environment, the fire, the smoke, the wind. It will craft horrors from the air itself, and it will use your own mind against you. It has been inside your head, Zane. It knows your fears. It knows your regrets. It will use them to break you. Zane's stomach tightened. He thought of the burnt face of Saburov, of the dead men in the hotel. His fears were very real. You must not falter, Damir's voice was stern. You must walk to the edge and throw the locket with all your strength. It is a test of will, nothing more. Believe that it is an illusion and its power over you will be broken. Soon, the orange glow appeared on the horizon once more. It grew with alarming speed, and the familiar roar of the fire began to build, a crescendo of impending doom. The place had seemed awesome and terrible on his first visit. Now it felt like the final battlefield, the place where his fate would be decided. Ben pulled the truck to a stop 100 meters from the rim. The noise was a physical assault. The heat was a blast from a furnace. "This is as far as we go," Ben said, turning in his seat to look at Zane. "Are you ready for this?" Zane nodded, though he was far from ready. He opened the door and stepped out into the roaring, fiery twilight. He held the locket in his hand. It was vibrating more strongly now, humming with a malevolent energy, like an insect trying to escape his grasp. "I will come with you," Damir said, getting out of the truck. "I cannot walk to the edge for you, but I will walk with you as far as I can. My presence may offer some small shield." Zane looked at the old man, at his calm, resolute face, and felt a surge of gratitude. He was not alone. They began the walk. Every step towards the crater was a battle. The roar of the fire grew louder, the sound pressing in on him, making it hard to think. The heat was scorching, his clothes felt like they might ignite. The jinn was silent, but Zane could feel its presence, a vast, hateful awareness emanating from the pit. It was gathering its strength. They were 50 meters away when the first illusion appeared. The ground between them and the crater began to bubble and writhe. Dozens of ashen crawlers, the skittering, man-shaped figures of hot ash, erupted from the earth. They were more detailed, more terrifying than the ones he had imagined before. They turned their featureless faces towards him and began to shamble forward, their touch promising an agonizing, burning death. Zane froze, his instincts screaming at him to run. "They are not real," Damir's voice was a sharp command beside him. "They are smoke and air. Believe it, walk." Zane clenched his fists, the cold metal of the locket a grounding point. He took a deep breath. Illusion. He forced himself to take a step, then another, walking directly towards the approaching horde. The ashen crawlers swarmed around him. He could feel a phantom heat, smell the scent of hot ash, but he kept walking, his eyes fixed on the crater's rim. As he passed through them, they dissolved into harmless clouds of dust, swept away by the hot wind. He let out a shaky breath. He had passed the first test. They were 30 meters away when the second illusion struck. The roar of the fire changed, the chaotic noise resolving into 1,000 screaming voices. The voices of the men from the hotel, the voice of Kestrel, the voice of the woman he had once loved, all of them screaming his name, accusing him, damning him. Killer. Failure. I hate you. The psychic assault was overwhelming, tearing at his sanity. He stumbled, clapping his free hand over his ear, but the voices were inside his head. It is your own guilt it is using, Damir shouted, his hand gripping Zane's shoulder, a firm, grounding pressure. Forgive yourself, let it go. It is the past. It has no power over you now. Zane looked at the fire, at the source of his torment. He thought of the bargain, the lives lost, the path that had led him here. He could not change what he had done, but he could end this. He could make it right. I'm not that man anymore, he gritted out, pushing through the wall of sound. The accusing voices faded, dissolving back into the undifferentiated roar of the flame. They were at the edge, 10 meters away. The heat was unbearable. The noise was a solid thing. This was as far as Damir could go. The old man stopped, his face slick with sweat, his expression grim. The rest is your path alone, Zane Carrick, he said, his voice barely audible. Be strong. Do not look into the fire. Look past it to the center. Throw the key and do not look back. Zane nodded. He turned to face the final walk alone. He took a step and the world changed. The roaring fire fell silent. The oppressive heat vanished. He was no longer in the desert. He was standing in his pristine Frankfurt apartment. The sun was streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. On the white leather couch sat Ben, smiling, holding a bottle of champagne. You did it, man, Ben cheered. The biggest score of our lives, we're set for life. Zane stared, his mind reeling. It was so real. He could smell the clean air of his apartment, feel the cool marble under his feet. This can be your reality, the jinn's voice whispered, a calm, seductive presence beside him. This is my final gift to you, a world of your own choosing. No monsters, no hunters, just peace, success, everything you ever wanted. Just turn around, walk away from the fire, accept my gift. It was the ultimate temptation. Not power, not wealth, but peace, an escape, an end to the nightmare. He was so tired, it would be so easy to just accept it, to turn his back and walk into the fantasy. He looked at the smiling illusion of Ben, and he saw the faint orange tint in his eyes. The lie. Zane turned his gaze back towards the fire, which was now just a shimmering wall of light in his illusion. He thought of the real Ben, waiting for him back at the truck. He thought of Damir's courage. He thought of the pleading, spectral face of Saburov. No, Zane said, his voice echoing in the silent, false world. I don't want your gifts. I don't want your lies. He raised his arm, the locket held tight in his fist. I renounce this bargain, he yelled, his own voice giving him strength. I reject your power, you have no hold on me. He drew his arm back, and with every ounce of strength in his body, he threw the locket. It sailed through the illusory air of his apartment, and as it flew, the illusion shattered. The pristine apartment dissolved into a vortex of roaring flame and shadow. The silence was replaced by a deafening, psychic shriek of pure, unadulterated hatred. The locket flew true, a tiny dark object arcing over the inferno. It reached the apex of its flight directly over the center of the crater and began to fall. The moment it touched the heart of the fire, the entire crater erupted. A pillar of incandescent green and orange flame shot hundreds of feet into the night sky, and the shriek of the jinn reached a mind-shattering crescendo before being abruptly cut off, as if a switch had been thrown. Then silence. For a single, terrifying second, the entire crater went dark and silent. The roar ceased. The fire vanished. A profound, absolute stillness fell over the desert, and in that moment of silence, a wave of crushing despair and ancient loneliness washed over Zane, a final, parting echo from the defeated entity. Then, with a deep, subterranean whoop, the fire reignited, roaring back to life, but different. It was cleaner, brighter. The oppressive, hateful presence was gone. The door to hell was now just a geological wonder, its prisoner vanquished, its curse broken. Zane stood at the edge, panting, drained, his body trembling from the psychic backlash. He was free. It was over. He was about to turn back when a new sound reached him, not the roar of the fire, not the wind. The distinct, rhythmic thump-thump-thump of helicopter rotors, growing rapidly closer. He looked up into the night sky. 3 black, unmarked helicopters were descending on their position, their searchlights cutting through the darkness. Kestrel's hunters had arrived. Chapter 10: Ashes and Dawn. The arrival of the helicopters was a brutal, mechanical intrusion on a moment of profound, supernatural victory. Zane stared as they descended, their searchlights sweeping across the desert floor like the eyes of giant, predatory insects. The hope that had soared within him moments before crashed back to earth. He had defeated the jinn, but the human monsters were still here. He turned and ran, stumbling away from the crater's edge, his legs weak and shaky. He saw Damir, his face grim, already heading back towards the land cruiser. "They are here," Zane yelled, his voice hoarse. "I see them," Damir called back. "Hurry." Zane scrambled the last few meters to the truck, his lungs burning. Ben had the engine running, his face a stark white mask in the dashboard lights. Zane threw himself into the back, and Damir jumped into the passenger seat. "Go," Zane shouted. "Just drive." Ben slammed the truck into gear, spinning the wheels in the loose sand before finding purchase. The Land Cruiser leaped forward, speeding away into the darkness, a tiny, fleeing speck in the vast desert. The helicopters were faster. 2 of them fanned out, flanking them, while the third hung back, seemingly coordinating the pursuit. A brilliant spotlight from the lead chopper pinned their vehicle, bleaching the world of color and making it impossible to see beyond the glare. "They're boxing us in," Ben yelled, his knuckles white on the steering wheel as he swerved to avoid a rocky outcrop. A voice, amplified and distorted, boomed from the sky. "Pull over and surrender the vehicle. This is your only warning." "Don't listen to them," Zane shouted from the back. "They won't leave any witnesses." He knew Kestrel's methods, clean and absolute. Suddenly, the side window of the truck exploded inwards, showering them with safety glass. A sniper round had punched through the metal, missing Ben's head by inches and embedding itself in the dashboard. "They're not trying to stop us," Ben screamed. "They're trying to kill us." He wrenched the wheel hard, taking them off the faint track and into the rough, unpredictable terrain of the open desert, bouncing violently over dunes and through dried-up creek beds. It was a desperate, suicidal maneuver. From his seat, Damir pointed ahead into the darkness. "There, head for those hills, the canyons. The helicopters will have trouble following us in the narrow spaces." Ben aimed the battered truck for the dark, jagged line of hills on the horizon. The two flanking helicopters closed in, their spotlights turning the desert into a disorienting, high-contrast nightmare. More shots rang out, punching holes in the truck's bodywork. One of the tires blew and the truck lurched violently, but Ben fought the wheel, keeping the vehicle moving, its rim grinding against the rock and sand. They were a few hundred yards from the entrance to the canyons when the lead helicopter swooped low, directly in front of them. It was a terrifying sight, a black metal dragon blocking their path. A figure leaned out from the open side door, aiming a heavy-caliber rifle. This was it. They were trapped. Zane looked at the briefcase on the floor, the containment unit Kestrel's men had brought. A desperate, insane idea sparked in his mind. He grabbed the handle. "Ben, get ready to turn. Hard right into that ravine," he yelled. "It's a dead end. And just do it." Zane crawled over the seats into the front, pushing the heavy briefcase ahead of him. He cranked the handle on the passenger side window, the glassless frame descending into the door. He unlatched the briefcase. "What are you doing?" Damir asked, his eyes wide. "They came here for a caged monster," Zane grunted, wrestling the heavy case onto the window frame. "I'm going to give them one." The helicopter's sniper was lining up his shot. The world seemed to move in slow motion. "Now, Ben!" Zane screamed. Ben wrenched the wheel. The truck veered violently to the right, skidding towards a dark, narrow ravine. At the same moment, Zane shoved the open, empty briefcase out the window. The sniper fired. His round, meant for the driver, struck the briefcase dead center. The case had been designed to contain and suppress immense energy. The high-velocity round striking its complex inner matrix caused a catastrophic energy backlash. For a split second, the briefcase glowed with an intense blue-white light. Then, it detonated. It wasn't an explosion of fire and shrapnel. It was an explosion of pure force. A silent, invisible wave of kinetic energy erupted outwards, striking the helicopter like a physical fist. The aircraft, caught at low altitude, was tossed sideways as if it were a child's toy. The rotors, spinning at thousands of RPM, clipped the rocky ground. The result was instantaneous and catastrophic. The helicopter tore itself apart in a screeching, grinding cataclysm of metal, erupting into a massive fireball that lit up the desert night. The shockwave from the explosion slammed into the Land Cruiser, blowing out the remaining windows and almost flipping it. Ben wrestled the truck into the ravine, scraping against the narrow rock walls before bringing the vehicle to a shuddering halt. Silence fell, broken only by the crackling of the burning helicopter wreckage and the ticking of their own overheated engine. The other two helicopters, their pursuit broken, circled high above, assessing the disaster before retreating into the darkness. They had lost the element of surprise and one of their own. They were pulling back, for now. Zane, Ben, and Damir sat in the battered, smoking truck, their ears ringing. They were alive. Zane looked at the burning wreckage. He had weaponized the very cage meant for the jinn. He felt no triumph, only a deep, bone-weary exhaustion. "They will be back," Damir said, his voice quiet but firm. "With more men, they will not forget this." "I know," Zane said. He looked at Ben, at the cut on his head and the terror that was slowly receding from his eyes. He looked at Damir, the old man who had saved his soul at great personal risk. He had dragged them into his mess, and it was far from over. "But we're not going to wait for them," Zane continued, a new resolve in his voice. It wasn't the cold, alien confidence of the jinn. It was his own. "Kestrel wanted that locket for a reason. He's powerful and he's ruthless. And now he has a reason to want me dead. We can't run forever." Ben looked at him bewildered. "What are you suggesting? We can't fight him." "No," Zane said, a grim smile touching his lips for the first time. "We can't fight him, but we can hunt him. He operates in the shadows. So will we. He sent me to find an artifact. I know his methods. I know his world. And now, I have a new purpose." He was no longer Zane Carrick, the arrogant artifact hunter who worked for the highest bidder. That man had died in the desert, in the fire, in the terror of room 303. He was someone else now, forged in fear and fire. Damir studied him, a flicker of understanding in his ancient eyes. "This is a dangerous path you choose, a path of shadows and violence." "I know," Zane said, "but it's my path. I opened this door. I have to be the one to see where it leads." They abandoned the wrecked land cruiser in the ravine and walked. As the first light of dawn broke over the jagged hills, painting the eastern sky in shades of gray and rose, they looked back. In the distance, a column of black smoke rose from the helicopter's funeral pyre. Far beyond it, the Darvaza crater still burned, but its light seemed cleaner, purer, a beacon in the vast wasteland. They had a long walk ahead of them. They were fugitives in a hostile country, hunted by a powerful, faceless organization. They had no money, no vehicle, and no plan beyond survival. But they were alive and they were free. For Zane, the world was no longer a treasure map of contracts and payouts. It was a darker, more complex place, filled with real monsters, both human and supernatural. He had looked into the abyss, made a bargain with the darkness, and somehow found his way back. The whispers of the jinn were gone, but they had left an echo, a permanent understanding of the shadows that lie just beneath the surface of the world. And as he walked towards the rising sun, he knew his hunt had only just begun. Chapter 11. The Bitter Taste of Water. Dawn in the Karakum Desert was a merciless affair. There was no gentle transition, no soft diffusion of light. One moment the world was a study in black and gray under a canopy of brilliant stars. The next, the sun breached the horizon, and the landscape was bleached of color, the heat returning with the swiftness of a physical blow. They walked. There was nothing else to do. The burning pyre of the helicopter was a smudge of smoke behind them, and the distant roar of the Darvaza crater had faded, replaced by a profound and intimidating silence. The only sounds were the crunch of their boots on the gravelly sand and their own labored breathing. Zane felt hollowed out, as if the battle with the jinn had scoured his very essence, leaving behind a fragile, brittle shell. The phantom cold of the locket was gone from his hand. The psychic whispers were absent from his mind, but the memory remained, a scar on his soul. He was free, but the freedom was terrifying. He was untethered, a ghost in his own life. After an hour of walking, the initial adrenaline of their escape had worn off, replaced by the grim, mundane reality of their predicament. Thirst. It started as a dryness in the mouth, a tickle in the throat, and quickly grew into a pressing, painful need. They had no water. Ben was the first to voice the thought that was consuming them all. He stumbled, catching himself before he fell, and leaned against a sun-baked rock, panting. "This is it, isn't it?" he said, his voice raspy. He shielded his eyes, looking around at the endless, undulating expanse of beige. "We beat the ghost, we beat the commandos, and now we're going to die of dehydration 10 miles from nowhere. It's a joke." "We are not going to die," Damir said, his tone even and unbothered by the heat. He seemed a part of the desert, as resilient and timeless as the rocks themselves. He pointed to the northeast with his walking stick. "There is water and shelter." "What's there?" Zane asked, his gaze following the old man's direction. He saw nothing but more desert. "A kala," Damir replied. "A settlement. A place for those who do not wish to be found by the men of the Marble City. It is a 2-hour walk, maybe 3 for you." Ben let out a short, humorless laugh. "A 2-hour walk? Damir, with all due respect, we're city folk. In this heat without water, 2 hours might as well be 2 years." "Your friend is right," Zane said to Damir. The sun was relentless, a physical weight on his shoulders. He felt a dizzying wave of light-headedness. "We won't make it." "You will," Damir said, his dark eyes meeting Zane's. "The Ifrit scoured you, but it also tempered you. It burned away your weakness. You are stronger than you think, and your thirst, it is a good thing." "How is thirst a good thing?" Ben croaked, wiping a sleeve across his dusty, sweat-streaked face. "It is real," Damir said simply. "It reminds you that you are a man of flesh and blood, not a vessel for spirits. It is the first step to reclaiming yourself. Embrace it. Do not fight it. Let it remind you that you are alive." Zane considered the old man's words. It was a strange, stoic philosophy, but in this place it made a perverse kind of sense. He had been so consumed by supernatural horrors that he had forgotten the simple, brutal realities of the physical world. The thirst was a tether to that reality. He straightened up, pushing himself away from the rock he had been leaning on. "He's right," Zane said. "Let's keep moving." They set off again, a silent, stumbling trio. Zane focused on Damir's advice. He stopped fighting the thirst, stopped dwelling on the discomfort. He accepted it as a part of his current existence. He focused instead on the details of the world around him. The way the wind carved ripples in the sand, the different colors of the stones under his feet, the almost imperceptible changes in the terrain that Damir seemed to read like a map. He also felt the change in himself. The echo of the jinn was still there, not as a voice but as a subtle shift in his perceptions. He was more aware of the shadows, of the spaces between things. He found himself noticing potential ambush points, lines of sight, places of concealment. The jinn's predatory instincts, stripped of their malevolent will, had been imprinted on him. It was a disturbing, and he had to admit, potentially useful scar. It was an hour later when he saw it, a glint in the sky. High above, almost invisible against the deep blue, a tiny metallic speck caught the sun. "Down!" Zane yelled, his voice raw. He threw himself behind a low, rocky outcrop, pulling Ben with him. Damir was already moving, melting into the shadow of a large boulder with the ease of a desert fox. The speck grew, resolving into the shape of a high-altitude surveillance drone. It was flying a slow, deliberate grid pattern, its optical sensors undoubtedly scanning the desert floor below. Kestrel's eye in the sky. They lay flat against the hot rock and sand, hardly daring to breathe. The drone passed almost directly overhead, its faint, high-pitched whine barely audible over the wind. They were exposed, vulnerable. If the drone's thermal optics were powerful enough, it would see their body heat against the cooler rock. They waited. The drone continued on its path, receding into the distance. It did not circle back. "They are searching the crash site," Damir observed from his hiding place. "They will spiral outwards. They are systematic. We must get out of the open." "The canyons you mentioned," Zane said, remembering the chase. "Can we get to them?" "They are to the west," Damir said. "The Kala is to the east. The canyons offer better cover, but they will lead us further away from water. A choice, safety or survival." "We go for the water," Zane decided. He knew Kestrel's methods. His people were thorough. They would assume their targets would run for the most obvious cover. Heading into the more open terrain towards the settlement was a risk, but it was the less predictable move. "We have to get off this grid before they start the next sweep." They moved with a new urgency, half jogging through the oppressive heat. They left the rocky area and entered a stretch of low, rolling dunes. It was a gamble. The soft sand offered no cover, but Damir insisted the shallow valleys between the dunes would shield them from a high-altitude visual search. The thirst was an agony now, a fire in Zane's throat. His vision began to swim at the edges. Ben was stumbling more frequently, his face flushed a dangerous red. Only Damir seemed unaffected, his pace steady, his expression serene. Just as Zane felt his own strength beginning to fail, Damir stopped at the crest of a large dune. "Look," he said. Zane crawled the last few feet to the top and looked down. In the basin below, nestled against a large rock escarpment that protected it from the prevailing winds, was a scattering of low, mud-brick structures. It was not a village so much as a fortified homestead. A thick wall of mud and stone, perhaps 10 feet high, enclosed the main buildings. A few hardy goats, their coats the color of the sand, nibbled on sparse, thorny bushes near a deep well. The Kala. It was the most beautiful thing Zane had ever seen. The sight of the well, the promise of water, gave them a final surge of strength. They half ran, half slid down the face of the dune and stumbled towards the settlement's single, heavy wooden gate. As they approached, a figure appeared on the top of the wall. A man, his face weathered and dark, holding an old but well-maintained SKS rifle. He watched their approach without a word, his weapon held in a way that was neither threatening nor welcoming. It was simply ready. They stopped 20 yards from the gate. The man on the wall remained silent, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. The desert silence was now filled with a new tension. They had escaped the heat and the hunters, only to find themselves at the mercy of a new, unknown variable. Damir stepped forward, his hands open and away from his body. He looked up at the guard and called out in a language Zane did not understand, a dialect of guttural clicks and soft vowels. The guard listened, his expression unchanging. He replied in the same tongue, his voice sharp and questioning. He gestured with his rifle towards Zane and Ben. Damir turned to them. He asks who you are. He says you have the stink of the outside world on you, the stink of violence. Zane looked at his own torn, dusty clothes. He thought of the events of the last 24 hours. The man was not wrong. "Tell him we are friends," Zane said. "Tell him we need help." Damir translated. The guard on the wall considered this for a long moment. Then he shouted something to someone inside the compound. There was a grinding sound of a heavy bolt being drawn, and the ancient wooden gate creaked open just enough for a person to enter. The guard gestured with his rifle again. The message was clear, one at a time. Damir went first. Then he motioned for Zane and finally Ben. They entered the Kala, leaving the blinding sun of the desert for the cool, narrow shadows of the settlement. The gate boomed shut behind them, the bolt sliding home with a sound of profound finality. They were safe from the desert, but they were now prisoners, their fate resting in the hands of strangers who looked at them with a deep and abiding distrust. Chapter 12. The Kala of the Forgotten. The inside of the Kala was a different world. The air was cool and smelled of dust, livestock, and wood smoke. The narrow, unpaved alleyways twisted between windowless mud brick buildings, creating a natural defense that would confuse any intruder. It was a place built for survival, not for comfort. People emerged from the shadows to watch them pass, their faces etched with the same suspicion as the guard on the wall. There were old men with white beards, women in dark, practical clothing, and children who peeked from doorways with wide, curious eyes. They were a community out of time, forgotten by the modern world, or perhaps having chosen to forget it. Damir led them to the center of the settlement, a small, open square where the well stood. A group of 4 elders, their faces like ancient, carved wood, sat on a low bench in the shade of the main building. They were the clear authority here. Damir spoke to them at length in their native tongue. He spoke with a respectful deference, but also with an authority of his own. He gestured to Zane and Ben, then towards the direction of the crater. The elders listened, their expressions unreadable, their gazes occasionally flicking towards the 2 outsiders. When Damir was finished, the eldest of the group, a man with piercing, pale blue eyes, spoke. His voice was a low rumble. He looked directly at Zane, and though Zane could not understand the words, he felt the weight of the man's scrutiny. "They will give us water and food," Damir translated when the elder had finished. "You may rest here until the next sun, but they are wary. They say you have brought trouble with you. They saw the fire in the sky last night, the explosion. They know men are hunting you." A young woman brought them a clay jug of water and 3 rough-hewn wooden cups. The water was cool and slightly brackish, but it was the most delicious thing Zane had ever tasted. He drank slowly, savoring every drop, feeling life seep back into his parched body. They were given a small, windowless room to rest in. It contained nothing but 2 woven mats on the floor. It was a cell, but for now it was a sanctuary. Ben collapsed onto one of the mats, utterly spent. "So this is the plan," Ben mumbled, his voice thick with exhaustion. "Hiding out with a lost tribe in the middle of nowhere while killer robots hunt for us in the sky." "It's better than the alternative," Zane said, sitting on the other mat. He felt a strange sense of peace in the small, dark room. After the sterile luxury of his apartment and the opulent horror of the hotel, this simplicity felt honest, real. Damir entered the room carrying a bowl of thin, savory goat stew and a piece of flatbread for each of them. They ate in silence, the simple food a balm to their exhausted bodies. "The leader, Auras," Damir said after they had finished. "He knows of me. My family has been the keeper of the stories for many generations. They respect this. It is why we are not dead, but their hospitality has a limit. We cannot stay here long. Kestrel's men will eventually find this place." "We know," Zane said. "We need to get out of the country. Do these people have a way?" Damir nodded slowly. "There are ways. The old ways. The Silk Road is no more, but its ghosts remain. There are smugglers who still use the ancient paths through the mountains into Iran or Afghanistan. Men who can move people and goods without the notice of governments or satellites. Auras knows such a man." Hope once again sparked in Zane's chest. "Can he contact him?" "He already has," Damir said. "But this man, his name is Rustem, he does not work for money. He trades in favors. He will take you across the border. In exchange, you must deliver a package for him in Mashhad." Zane's heart sank. A delivery, a contract. It was the same world he was trying to escape, just a grittier, low-tech version. What kind of package? Orez did not say. "Rustam will tell you himself. He will be here 2 nights from now. We must wait in the shadows until then." 2 days, it felt like a lifetime. Zane looked at Ben. His friend had fallen into a deep, exhausted sleep, the half-eaten piece of bread still in his hand. He looked vulnerable out of his depth. Zane was the one who had dragged him into this. The guilt was a heavy, physical weight. Over the next day, Zane rested, his body slowly recovering from the ordeal. But his mind was restless. He walked the narrow confines of the Kala, observing the people. They lived a hard, simple life, governed by the sun and the seasons. They were a family, a clan, bound by shared hardship and a deep, unspoken faith. He, who had always been a solitary creature, driven by individual ambition, felt a profound sense of otherness. He sought out Damir, finding him sitting by the wall, staring out into the desert. "The jinn," Zane said, sitting beside him. "I don't hear its voice, but I feel different. I notice things I never did before. The way the shadows fall, The quietest sounds, it's like a part of its senses were left behind. When a great predator is wounded, it sometimes leaves a tooth in the flesh, Damir said, not looking at him. The Ifrit was a being of immense perception. It saw the world in a way humans cannot. A sliver of that perception has been imprinted upon you. It is a part of your scar. You can see it as a curse, or you can see it as a tool. The choice, like all things, is yours. Zane thought about that. A tool. His old tools were his tech, his money, his connections. They were all gone. Now he had this. A predator's senses. It might be the only thing that would keep him and Ben alive in the world they were about to enter. On the evening of the second day, a lookout called from the wall. A single rider was approaching from the south. Rustam. Oraz the elder summoned Zane and Damir to the main square. Ben, looking rested but still anxious, joined them. Rustam entered the Kala as night fell. He was a stark contrast to the villagers. He was wiry and lean, with a hawkish face and eyes that missed nothing. He wore modern, practical gear, cargo pants, a worn leather jacket, and a shemagh wrapped around his head. A long, wicked-looking knife was strapped to his thigh. He moved with the coiled energy of a desert viper. He and Oraz spoke briefly. Then Rustam's sharp eyes settled on Zane. He walked over and circled him slowly, his gaze analytical, like a man assessing livestock. "So," Rustam said in heavily accented but fluent English, "you are the city man who angered the wolf, and you want me to carry you out of its den." "We need to cross the border into Iran," Zane said, meeting the smuggler's gaze. "We were told you could help." "Help is a strong word," Rustam scoffed. "I provide a service for a price." He looked Zane up and down again. "You have no money, Oraz told me, so you will work for your passage. I have a package, a small box. It needs to be delivered to a certain tea house in Mashhad. My usual couriers have run into trouble. The delivery is already late. You will take it there." "What's in the box?" Ben asked from behind Zane. Rustam's lips curled into a humorless smile. "You ask too many questions, tech man. It is better not to know. You deliver the box, you walk away, your debt is paid. That is the deal." Zane felt the familiar dread of a blind contract. It was the same trap he had fallen into with Kestrel. But what choice did they have? "There's one more thing," Rustam said, his eyes glinting in the firelight. "The men hunting you. They have set up checkpoints on the main roads. They have eyes in the sky. My usual routes are too dangerous. We will have to take the Salt Way." Damir, who had been silent, stiffened. "The Salt Way. Rustam, that path has not been used in a generation. It is treacherous." "It is also empty," Rustam countered. "The wolves will not look for us there. They believe no one is foolish enough to try it." He looked back at Zane. "It is a hard journey, 3 days on foot, through the salt and the rock. If you are weak, you will die. So, city man, do we have a deal?" Zane looked at Ben, who gave a tiny, resigned nod. He looked at Damir, who met his gaze with a look of deep concern. The Salt Way. It sounded like a path to hell, but every other path was already blocked. "We have a deal," Zane said. Rustam grinned, a flash of white teeth in the dark. "Good. We leave in 1 hour. Pack your thirst. It is all you will have to drink for a while." As Rustam walked away to prepare, Damir placed a hand on Zane's arm. Zayn, a word of warning. Rustam is a man of the desert. He is hard, but he is a man of his word. The package, however, be wary. The men who trade on these lost roads do not deal in spices and silk anymore. They deal in secrets and sorrows. What you carry may be a greater burden than the journey itself. Chapter 13. The Salt Way. There was no time for sentiment or ceremony. An hour after Rustam's arrival, they were standing at the Kala's gate, ready to depart. The villagers had given them each a small water skin, filled with brackish but precious water, and a portion of dried meat and hard, tasteless bread. It was a meager offering, but given with a solemnity that spoke of its value. Oraz the elder approached them as they were about to leave. He looked at Zayn, then at Ben, his pale blue eyes seeming to pierce through them. He spoke a few words in his native tongue. "He wishes you the luck of the ancestors," Damir translated. "And he says that a man who has faced the fire should not fear the salt." Zayn nodded his thanks, a lump forming in his throat. These people, who had every reason to cast them out, had shown them a quiet, stoic kindness he did not deserve. Then Oraz handed Zayn a bundle of rough-spun cloth. Zayn unwrapped it. Inside was an old, single-shot hunting rifle, its wooden stock worn smooth with age, and a small leather pouch containing a handful of heavy lead cartridges. "He says the desert does not give gifts, but it sometimes offers tools to those who know how to use them," Damir explained. "He believes your hunt is not yet over." Zayn took the rifle. It felt solid and real in his hands, a stark contrast to the ethereal horrors he had faced. It was a weapon of this world, and he had a feeling he was going to need it. Damir announced he would not be coming with them. "My place is here," he said, his gaze sweeping over the vast, dark desert. "This is my home. The story of the Ifrit is now a part of your story, Zayn Carrick. It is your duty to carry it. I must remain here to ensure the new chapter is not forgotten." He closed Zayn's forearm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Walk with courage, and do not trust the shadows even when you think you command them." With that final, cryptic warning, he stepped back into the shadows of the Kala, and the gate closed. Zayn, Ben, and Rustam were alone under the star-dusted sky. "Enough talk," Rustam grunted, already moving away from the settlement. "The moon is our sun now, we walk." And so they walked. Rustam set a relentless pace, moving with a loping, ground-eating stride that spoke of a lifetime spent crossing these wastes. He navigated by the stars, by the shape of the wind on the dunes, by an instinct that was as alien to Zayn as the jinn's whispers had been. Zayn kept up, the old rifle slung over his shoulder. The weight was comforting. Ben struggled, his city-bred muscles protesting the strain, but he pushed on, his face set in a grim, determined mask. Rustam led them away from the dunes and into a landscape of rock and shadow. It was a broken, jagged land of dry canyons and sharp escarpments. The Salt Way was not a path. It was a concept, a series of connected ravines and hidden passages through the Badlands. "The drones hunt with heat," Rustam explained, his voice a low growl in the darkness. "Here under the rock the ground holds the day's warmth. We are ghosts to the eye in the sky, but be careful. The rock holds other things too." For 2 nights they walked, hiding during the brutal daylight hours in shallow caves or under deep overhangs, rationing their water and food. The silence was absolute, a living thing. During the day, they would sometimes see the glint of a drone high above, a constant reminder that they were being hunted. Zane's new senses were a strange asset here. He found himself noticing things before the others: the trickle of loose stones that warned of an unstable ledge, the faint, musky scent that indicated a predator's den, the subtle shifts in air pressure that heralded a change in the weather. He was becoming attuned to the desert in a way he never thought possible. Damir's words echoed in his mind: a tool, not a curse. On the third night, Rustem led them into a narrow, high-walled canyon. The air grew still and heavy. "We are approaching the heart of the Salt Way," Rustem said, his voice hushed. "This was once a holy place, a place of pilgrimage. Now it is a place of sorrows. Watch your step, and do not touch the walls." The floor of the canyon was covered in a thick layer of salt, but it was not the clean, white salt of the flats. This salt was gray and dirty, and it crunched under their boots with a sound like breaking glass. As their eyes adjusted, they began to see shapes embedded in the canyon walls, about 10 feet up. They were human figures. Dozens of them, men and women, were sealed in niches in the rock face, their bodies perfectly preserved by the salt like insects in amber. They were pilgrims from a bygone age, their faces locked in expressions of pious ecstasy or unbearable agony. Their clothes were ancient. Their skin was a translucent, waxy white. "What is this place?" Ben whispered, his voice trembling with awe and horror. "A tomb," Rustam said. "Long ago, holy men would come here to die, to offer themselves to the spirit of the salt. They believed it would purify their souls and grant them eternal life." He gestured to the entombed figures. "It granted them eternity, at least." They walked through the canyon of the dead, a silent, unnerving procession. The air was thick with a sense of immense, quiet sorrow. Zane felt a prickle on his skin, a feeling of being watched by 100 pairs of unseeing eyes. He clutched the rifle, its solid reality a ward against the creeping dread. It was then that he felt it, a flicker of movement in the shadows ahead. He stopped, holding up a hand to halt the others. He scanned the darkness, his enhanced senses on high alert. There was a scent on the air, something acrid and wrong. "What is it?" Rustem whispered, his hand going to the knife at his side. "I don't know," Zane breathed. "Something here." From the deep shadows between two of the burial niches, a figure emerged. It was gaunt, emaciated, its skin the color of dirty parchment stretched tight over its bones. It wore the tattered remnants of pilgrims' robes, but it was no preserved corpse. It moved. Its head twitched at an unnatural angle, and it let out a low, guttural hiss. Its eyes glowed with a faint, sickly yellow light. "Go," Rustem spat, drawing his long knife. The word was a curse. Another figure dropped from a ledge above, landing silently on the salt floor. Then another emerged from the shadows behind them, blocking their path. They were surrounded. "What are they?" Ben stammered, backing away. "Salt ghouls," Rustem said, his eyes darting between the three creatures. "Men who became lost on the Salt Way. The desert broke their minds, and the salt changed them. They are no longer human. They are cannibals. They hunger for living flesh. The ghouls began to close in, their movements jerky and inhuman, a horrifying parody of a stalking predator. They were silent, their bare feet making no sound on the salt. Zane raised the old rifle to his shoulder. He had one shot. He had to make it count. He centered the simple iron sights on the chest of the lead ghoul. The creature was 10 yards away, its yellow eyes fixed on him, its mouth open in a soundless snarl, revealing broken, filed teeth. He squeezed the trigger. The rifle boomed, the sound shockingly loud in the confined canyon echoing off the walls. The heavy lead ball struck the ghoul in the chest, throwing it backward. But it did not fall. It looked down at the bleeding hole in its torso with an expression of mild curiosity, then looked back at Zane and hissed, a trickle of black, tar-like blood drooling from its lips. It was wounded, but it was still coming. "They do not feel pain," Rustem shouted. He lunged forward, his knife a blur of motion, and slashed at the ghoul Zane had shot. The blade cut deep into its arm, but the creature barely seemed to notice, its claw-like hands reaching for the smuggler. The ghoul behind them charged at Ben. Ben yelled and scrambled away, tripping over a loose rock and falling hard. The creature leaped onto him, its bony fingers digging into his shoulders. Zane worked the bolt on the ancient rifle, his fingers clumsy with panic. The spent cartridge ejected, but he fumbled with the new one, his hands shaking. He wouldn't be able to reload in time. He dropped the rifle and drew the heavy, ornate knife Auras had given him. He ran to help Ben, who was struggling desperately under the weight of the ghoul. Zane plunged the knife into the creature's back. Like its compatriot, it shuddered but did not stop its assault, its teeth snapping inches from Ben's face. Rustam, meanwhile, was fighting with a savage grace, his long knife darting in and out, severing tendons, trying to cripple his opponent. The ghoul was relentless, shrugging off wounds that would have killed a normal man. They were going to be overwhelmed, torn apart in this forgotten tomb. Desperate, Zane looked around for anything to use as a weapon. His eyes fell on the canyon walls, on the entombed pilgrims. "Do not touch the walls." Rustam's warning. An idea, born of terror and the jinn's leftover predatory cunning, sparked in his mind. "The salt," he screamed. "Rustam, it's the salt." He shoved the ghoul off Ben. The creature was surprisingly light, like its bones were hollow. It staggered back, hissing. Zane didn't press the attack. Instead, he scooped up a double handful of the gray, crystalline salt from the canyon floor. The ghoul lunged again. This time, Zane didn't try to stab it. He threw the salt directly into its face. The effect was instantaneous and horrific. The moment the salt touched the creature's skin, it began to smoke and dissolve. The ghoul shrieked, a high, piercing sound of pure agony, the first sound any of them had made. It clawed at its own face as the salt ate away at its flesh, its glowing yellow eyes melting into bubbling pits. It convulsed and collapsed, its body rapidly desiccating, turning into a pile of gray dust and tattered robes. Rustam saw what Zane had done. He disengaged from his own fight, scooped up a handful of salt, and flung it at the ghoul he was fighting. It too shrieked and dissolved into dust. Ben, recovering his wits, did the same, throwing salt at the last ghoul, the one Zayn had shot. The creature, already wounded, succumbed even faster, its form crumbling into nothingness. They stood panting in the sudden silence, surrounded by 3 piles of dusty rags. The fight was over as quickly as it had begun. Ben pushed himself up, his face pale and smeared with dirt. What just happened? The salt preserves, the salt purifies, the salt also destroys, Rustem said, his chest heaving. He looked at Zayn with a new, grudging respect. You think like a desert creature city man, not just a wolf but a scorpion, using the terrain itself as a weapon. We would be dead without that. Zayn looked at his hands, still covered in the gray salt. He had not just relied on a weapon. He had seen a solution, an angle the others had missed. It was the jinn's scar, the predator's instinct. Damir was right. It was a tool, and it had just saved their lives. Rustam retrieved his knife and walked over to the small leather pouch he carried. He opened it and took out a small, tightly wrapped box, no bigger than his fist. It was the package. He handed it to Zayn. I am a man of my word, Rustem said. You have earned your passage, but I see now that the wolves who hunt you are not the only ones you should fear. This land has its own monsters. I cannot take you all the way to Mashhad. It is too dangerous for me. I will take you to the border. The rest of the journey and this delivery is up to you. Zayn took the box. It was surprisingly heavy for its size, wrapped in oilskin and tied with waxed string. He felt a faint, familiar coldness emanating from it, a malevolent chill that was terrifyingly similar to the locket. He looked at Rustam, then at the box in his hand. Damir's final warning came back to him. What you carry may be a greater burden than the journey itself. He had a sickening feeling that he had just traded one cursed object for another. Chapter 14. The Burden in the Box. They did not linger in the Canyon of the Dead. The victory over the ghouls had been decisive, but the place was steeped in a sorrow that felt cloying and dangerous. Rustam led them out of the Salt Way and into the foothills of the Kopet Dag Mountains, the jagged range that formed the natural border between Turkmenistan and Iran. The terrain became a grueling vertical climb, a world of sharp rocks and treacherous scree slopes. They traveled for another full night, their bodies aching, their rations depleted. Zayn carried the small, heavy box, its purpose a constant, nagging question in his mind. He had tried not to think about it, but the faint, cold aura it emitted was a constant reminder. It felt like a sleeping viper in his pack. As the first hints of dawn threatened the eastern sky, Rustam brought them to a halt in a high, wind-swept pass. Below them, a string of lights snaked through a valley. A road. A border crossing. There, Rustam said, pointing. Iran. The official crossing is 5 kilometers east. It is well guarded, but here in the old passes the patrols are less frequent. He handed Zayn a worn, folded map. This will show you the way down to a small village on the other side. From there you can find transport to Mashhad. It is a day's journey. He then gave Zayn a small, sealed envelope and a scrap of paper with a name written on it. The Nightingale Tea House. Give the box and this envelope to the man who runs the tea house, Rustam instructed. Say only that you have a delivery from the Scorpion. He will understand. After that, your debt is paid. Your lives are your own. You're not coming with us, Ben asked, a note of panic in his voice. Rustem shook his head. My path lies back in the desert. My business is with men like Auras, not with the city dwellers. He looked at Zane, his expression serious. A final piece of advice, Scorpion. The man you deliver this to, he is not a friend. Make the exchange and disappear. Do not linger in Mashhad. The wolves you angered have long arms. They will have agents there. With a final, curt nod, the smuggler turned and melted back into the mountain shadows, as silent and ephemeral as he had been when he arrived. Zane and Ben were alone again, standing on the precipice of a new country, a new set of dangers. They were exhausted, filthy, and hunted, but they were across the border. They had made it. They waited until full daylight, hidden amongst the rocks, watching the pass below. They saw a single Iranian border patrol truck rumble past, but the mountains were vast and the patrols were sparse, just as Rustam had said. When the coast was clear, they began their descent. It was a slow, painstaking process, their boots slipping on the loose rock. By the time they reached the valley floor, the sun was high and hot. They looked like beggars, their clothes torn, their faces covered in a mixture of grime and dried sweat. They followed a goat track that eventually led them to the small village Rustam had marked on the map. It was a quiet, dusty place. They drew stares from the locals, but no one challenged them. Here, on the border, strangers were a common, if not always welcome, sight. Zane found a man willing to drive them to Mashhad in a battered, ancient pickup truck. The price was the last valuable thing Zane possessed, the ornate knife Auras had given him. The man accepted it with a greedy glint in his eye, and they climbed into the back of the truck, hiding under a dusty tarp. The journey was bumpy and uncomfortable, but it was a journey towards civilization. As they drew closer to Mashhad, the landscape grew greener. The city itself, when they finally arrived, was a sprawling, chaotic metropolis, a stark contrast to the sterile marble of Ashgabat. It was alive, noisy, and overwhelming. Their driver dropped them in a bustling market square and sped away before they could attract any attention. They were adrift in a sea of people, the noise of the city, a jarring assault after the profound silence of the desert. Okay, Ben said, looking around, his anxiety palpable. Where is this tea house? Zane consulted the scrap of paper. He asked for directions from a shopkeeper, his rusty Farsi functional enough to be understood. The Nightingale Tea House was in a warren of old alleyways on the far side of the market. They found it tucked away in a narrow, shadowed lane. It was a small, unassuming place, the windows clouded with steam, the air thick with the sweet smell of fruit tobacco and strong tea. Zane paused at the doorway, his hand resting on the pack that contained the box. This was it, the final step. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The tea house was dimly lit and crowded with men sitting on low cushions, talking in hushed tones and pulling on the long hoses of hookahs. All conversation stopped as they entered. Every eye in the room turned to them, their foreignness, their ragged appearance, marking them as outsiders. An old man with a long white beard and a kind face, the proprietor, approached them. "Can I help you?" he asked in careful English. Zane's senses, the scar of the jinn, went on high alert. Something was wrong. The air was too still. The silence was too expectant. He looked past the old man, scanning the faces in the room. He saw hard men, men whose hands did not look like they belonged to tea-house patrons. And in the darkest corner of the room, he saw a man who did not fit in. He was European, dressed in a well-tailored but practical suit, his face calm and watchful. He was Kestrel's man. They had walked into a trap. Rustam hadn't betrayed them. He couldn't have known. Kestrel's reach was longer, his network faster than even the smuggler had imagined. They must have been tracking them since they left the Kala. Zane's mind raced. He couldn't run, the exits were blocked. He couldn't fight, they were outnumbered and unarmed. The old proprietor was still smiling at him, waiting for an answer. "I have a delivery," Zane said, his voice steady, betraying none of the panic churning in his gut. "From the Scorpion." The old man's smile widened slightly. He nodded and gestured to a small, empty table. "Please, sit. I will bring you tea while you wait." It was a test, a final confirmation. Zane knew that if he sat down, if he took out the package, the men in the room would close in. He ignored the table. He looked directly at the European man in the corner. "I think the delivery is for you," he said, his voice loud enough to carry through the room. The European man's calm expression didn't change, but his eyes narrowed. He gave a subtle, almost imperceptible nod. The trap was sprung. The men in the tea house began to stand up, their hands reaching inside their jackets. "Zane, what are you doing?" Ben hissed, backing away. Zane ignored him. He reached into his pack and took out the small, oilskin-wrapped box. He held it up for the European man to see. "This is what you want, isn't it?" Zane called out. The European man stood up slowly. "I don't know what you're talking about, but I would advise you to come with us quietly." "I don't think so," Zane said. His mind was working with the cold, predatory clarity that had saved him before. He was surrounded, outgunned. But he had one thing they didn't. He had the package, and they clearly wanted it intact. And he had a hunch, a terrible, chilling hunch about what it might be. The faint, malevolent coldness, the unnatural weight, the secrecy. Damir's warning about secrets and sorrows. He was putting the pieces together. "You know, I had a bad experience recently with a cursed object," Zane said, his voice conversational but laced with a manic energy. "A locket. It had a jinn inside, a powerful, angry spirit. This box, it feels familiar." The European man's composure finally cracked. A flicker of alarm showed in his eyes. "You have no idea what you're holding. Put it down. Now." Zane laughed, a dry, humorless sound. "Oh, I think I do. Kestrel doesn't just collect artifacts, he collects entities. He tried to cage one jinn and failed. This must be another one. A different kind, maybe, a smaller one, a practice run." He began to work at the wax string on the package, his fingers surprisingly nimble. "Don't!" the European man shouted, taking a step forward. The other men raised their weapons. "Stay back," Zane yelled, holding the box up like a talisman. "Or I swear I will open this box right here, right now. You want what's inside, you can have it, but it won't be in a cage." The tea house was frozen in a tense standoff. Zane, the ragged fugitive holding a potential supernatural time bomb. Ben, pale with terror, trapped behind him. And Kestrel's men, their weapons trained on him, their faces a mixture of fury and fear. Zane had no idea what would happen if he opened the box. It could be nothing. It could be a bluff. Or it could unleash another nightmare, one that would consume them all in the heart of a crowded tea house. It was the most insane gamble of his life, and the only one he had left to play. Chapter 15. The Devil's Gambit. The silence in the Nightingale tea house was a thick, suffocating blanket. Every man was frozen, his attention fixed on the small, oilskin-wrapped box in Zane's hand. The threat, wild and insane as it was, had worked. Kestrel's men were professional killers, but they were clearly under orders to retrieve the package intact. Unleashing its contents was not part of their mission parameters. "Let us walk out of here," Zane said, his voice low and steady, a stark contrast to the frantic pounding of his heart. "You get the box. We get to disappear. Everyone gets what they want." The European man, the clear leader, stared at Zane, his mind obviously racing, calculating the odds. "You are in no position to make demands." "I'm holding the trigger," Zane countered, his thumb worrying at the knot on the wax string. "That's the only position that matters." He could feel the coldness of the box seeping into his hand, a sluggish, malevolent presence stirring within. It was not like the jinn's fiery, arrogant energy. This was something older, colder, a thing of earth and shadow. He was bluffing, but he had a chilling certainty that it wasn't a complete bluff. There was something truly terrible inside this package. The leader seemed to come to a decision. He gave a subtle, almost invisible signal to his men. They lowered their weapons but did not put them away. The tension in the room remained coiled, ready to strike. "The back door," the leader said, his voice clipped. "You give us the package and you walk out. We will give you a 1-hour head start. After that, the hunt resumes. That is my only offer." It was a lie, of course. They would be shot the moment they stepped into the alley, but it was the only path forward. "Ben," Zane said without turning around. "Back up slowly towards the rear exit." Ben, his face a mask of disbelief, began to inch his way backward through the silent, watching crowd. The patrons of the tea house were like statues, caught in the crossfire of a conflict they did not understand. Zane followed Ben's retreat, his eyes locked on the European leader, the box held out in front of him. He kept it between himself and the leader, a grotesque parody of a peace offering. They reached the beaded curtain that led to the back of the tea house. Ben slipped through. Zane held his ground for one more second. 1 hour, the leader repeated, his voice a low promise of violence. Zane nodded. Then he turned and plunged through the curtain. He found himself in a small, cluttered kitchen. Ben was already fumbling with the lock on the back door. It was old and rusted. "Hurry," Zane hissed. The door finally gave way with a groan, opening into a narrow, filthy alleyway piled high with garbage. They stumbled out into the relative brightness, the sounds of the market filtering in from the end of the alley. They didn't hesitate. They ran. They sprinted down the alley, shoving past crates and stray cats, and burst out into the chaos of the bazaar. They plunged into the crowd, becoming two more anonymous figures in a sea of humanity. They didn't look back. They ran until their lungs burned and their legs ached, putting as much distance and as many twisting streets as they could between themselves and the tea house. They finally collapsed in the shadow of an ancient stone archway, gasping for breath. "What was that?" Ben panted, leaning against the cool stone. "What was in that box?" "I don't know," Zane admitted, his adrenaline starting to fade, leaving him shaky. "And I don't want to know, but they wanted it, badly." He still held the package, his knuckles white. "We have to get rid of it," Ben said, his eyes wide with fear. "Throw it in a river, bury it, I don't care. I am done with cursed objects." Zane looked at the box in his hand. Ben was right. But a part of him, the cold, analytical scar left by the djinn, knew it wasn't that simple. Kestrel wouldn't just give up. He had agents everywhere. As long as they had the box, they were a target. If they got rid of it, Kestrel would have no reason to keep them alive. The box was both a liability and their only piece of leverage. "We can't just dump it," Zane said, thinking aloud. "We need to end this, not just run. We need to turn the tables." "Turn the tables," Ben exclaimed. "Zane, we are two broke fugitives in a foreign country. They are a global shadow organization with unlimited resources. We don't have any tables." "We have this," Zane said, holding up the box. "This is Kestrel's weakness. He's not just a collector, he's an addict. He's obsessed with these things, and we have his fix. We don't run from him, we go to him." Ben stared at him as if he had lost his mind. "Go to him, he'll kill us." "Not if we have something he wants more than our deaths," Zane countered. His mind was racing, a desperate, high-stakes plan forming from the ashes of their escape. "He sent me to the door to hell. He knows about the djinn. He knows I survived. That makes me unique. I'm the only person who has gone head-to-head with one of his acquisitions and won. He won't just kill me. He'll want to know how I did it. That's our leverage." It was the ultimate gamble. To walk back into the wolf's den, not as prey, but as a rival predator laying down a challenge. They spent the next day hiding, moving through the city's underbelly, using the last of Zane's emergency skills to stay off the grid. Zane knew he needed to initiate contact, but on his own terms. He used his knowledge of Kestrel's encrypted networks to send a single, untraceable message from an internet cafe in the city's poorest district. The message was simple. "I have your package. I also have the secrets of the Darvaza Jinn. You want them? Come and get them. Alone. The rooftops of the Goharshad Mosque. Midnight." He knew it was a risk. Kestrel would not come alone. But the location was public, a sacred place. A firefight there would be an international incident. It would force Kestrel to be discreet. That night they made their way to the mosque. The vast complex was quiet, the last of the evening worshippers having departed. They found a way to the rooftops, a dizzying expanse of intricate blue tilework and golden domes under the moonlight. The view of the city was breathtaking. They waited. The minutes stretched into an eternity. Zane stood at the edge of the roof, the box in his hand, the cool night air doing little to calm his nerves. At precisely midnight, a door on a far rooftop opened. A single figure emerged. It was not the European man from the tea house. This man was older, with silver hair and a face that was handsome but held a deep, predatory stillness. He wore an impeccably tailored suit. Even from a distance, he radiated an aura of immense power and absolute control. It was Kestrel. Zane Carrick. Kestrel's voice drifted across the rooftops, calm and resonant. You have been a profound disappointment and a surprising expense. I'm touched you came in person, Zane called back. When a tool breaks, one must examine why, Kestrel said, taking a slow step forward. You were my tool. You not only broke, you fought back. And you succeeded against a Class 4 entity. I confess, my curiosity outweighs my anger. How? That's my bargaining chip, Zane said. I tell you everything you want to know. About the gin, about Damir, about the salt. In exchange, you call off your dogs. You wipe our records clean. We walk away and you never hear from us again. Kestrel laughed, a soft, chilling sound. You are still thinking like a common thief. You have nothing to bargain with. I will take that box from you and I will take the knowledge from your mind. The process will be unpleasant, but I assure you it will be thorough. From the shadows behind Kestrel, a dozen armed figures emerged, his tactical team materializing from the darkness. They had been there all along. Zane's gamble on discretion had failed. Ben let out a small, terrified gasp. Zane. Zane's heart sank. It was over. He had overplayed his hand. It doesn't have to be, a voice whispered in his mind. Zane flinched. The voice. It was the djinn. It was impossible. The locket was destroyed. The connection was broken. Did you truly think it was that simple? The voice sneered, fainter than before, an echo on the edge of his perception. I am a being of will and memory. I left a scar on your soul, Zane, a backdoor. I am weak, a ghost of a ghost, but I am still here, and I can still help you. One last time, let me in. Let us show this fool what true power looks like. Zane was paralyzed. The offer was there. A final, desperate escape. A true merger this time. He could feel the phantom power, a tantalizing promise. He looked at Kestrel, at his smug, confident face. He looked at the armed men ready to kill them. He looked at Ben, who was staring at him with pure terror, knowing the battle Zane was fighting was not just on the rooftop. He thought of Damir's words, a tool, not a curse. He thought of the tomb on the Salt Way. He thought of what he had become. He met Kestrel's gaze. No, he said, not to Kestrel, but to the voice in his head. He then did the last thing anyone expected. He looked at the small, oilskin-wrapped box in his hand, the box containing a second, unknown horror. And with a final, desperate prayer to a god he didn't believe in, he began to untie the knot. You want to know how I beat the djinn, Kestrel? Zane yelled, his voice ringing out across the rooftop. I did. I just introduced it to a bigger monster. Let's see how your men handle two of them. He ripped the string off and tore the oilskin away. Inside was a small, lead-lined box. He flipped the simple latch. The lid sprang open. Chapter 16. A Sky of Ash and Stars. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. The box was open, but the world remained still. Kestrel's men hesitated, their weapons trained on Zane, their expressions a mixture of confusion and alarm. Kestrel himself took an involuntary step back. his mask of calm composure finally shattering into raw, naked apprehension. Then a sound emerged from the box, not a roar or a shriek, but a low, guttural clicking, like 1,000 dry insects rubbing their legs together. A thick, black, oily smoke, darker than the night sky, began to pour from the small container. It did not rise. It slithered, hugging the tiled rooftop like a living liquid, spreading outwards in an unnatural, expanding circle. The air grew cold, a damp, tomb-like chill that clung to the skin. The smoke carried a smell of ancient dust, of graves, of things that had been buried for millennia and should have remained so. "What have you done?" Kestrel whispered, his voice trembling with a rage that was overshadowed by a primal fear. The clicking grew louder, more frantic. The black smoke began to coalesce in the center of the circle, rising, taking on a form. It was not humanoid like the jinn's manifestations. This was something insectal, a horror of chitin and too many limbs. A vaguely beetle-like body, fashioned from roiling shadow, rose on 6 spindly, jointed legs. Its head was a featureless lump, but from it sprouted 2 long, sweeping antennae that twitched and tasted the air. It was a thing that had no place under an open sky. Kestrel's men, recovering from their shock, opened fire. The rooftop erupted in a deafening cacophony of automatic weapons fire. Bullets tore through the smoky form of the creature, but they had no effect. The smoke simply swirled and reformed around the points of impact. The creature ignored the gunfire. Its featureless head turned, its antennae twitching, and it seemed to fix its attention on the nearest of Kestrel's men. It let out another series of clicks, and a tendril of black smoke lashed out like a whip. It struck the man on the chest. The man did not scream, he simply stopped. The life went out of his eyes. He stood frozen for a second, a statue, before his body crumbled into a pile of fine gray ash, his gear and weapon clattering to the tiles. Panic erupted among Kestrel's team. This was not a spirit they could fight or a man they could shoot. This was an absolute, an eater of life. They broke formation, some firing wildly, others scrambling backward, away from the spreading smoke. The creature, its first meal consumed, turned its attention to the others. More smoky tendrils lashed out and more men crumbled into dust. It was a silent, horrifyingly efficient slaughter. In the chaos, Zane grabbed Ben's arm. "Go now." They ran. They scrambled across the rooftops, away from the horror they had unleashed, leaving Kestrel and his remaining men to their fate. They could hear the sounds of panicked shouting, the futile chatter of gunfire, and the dry, incessant clicking of the entity. Then, a final human scream of terror abruptly cut off. And then, silence. They didn't stop running until they were back on the street, lost in the labyrinth of the city. They found a deserted alley and collapsed, their bodies trembling, their minds reeling from the horror. "What was that thing?" Ben gasped, his face chalk white. "I don't know," Zane said, and he was glad he didn't. He had gambled that one monster would fight another. He had been right. He had survived, but he had unleashed something terrible on the world. The weight of that knowledge was a new and heavy burden. They had nothing. No money, no passports, no allies. They were ghosts trapped in a foreign land, but the hunt was over. Kestrel was gone, his network likely in chaos. They were no longer prey. In the weeks that followed, they lived on the fringes, using Zane's wits and Ben's technical skills to survive. They did odd, under-the-table jobs, slowly scraping together enough money to live. Zane's enhanced senses, the scar of the jinn, proved invaluable, helping him read people, spot trouble, and navigate the city's dangerous underworld. He was no longer a victim of his curse. He was learning to master it. One evening, months later, they were sitting in a cheap cafe, nursing glasses of tea. They had managed to acquire new identities, forged documents that were good enough to get them by. They were planning their next move, a slow journey west, back towards a world that no longer felt like their own. A news report was playing on a small television in the corner of the cafe. The reception was poor, but the images were clear enough. It was a report about a series of strange, unexplained deaths in a wealthy district of Geneva, Switzerland. The victims were all powerful, influential figures, bankers, corporate executives, politicians. The cause of death was unknown, but the bodies were all found, desiccated, turned to little more than ash. Zane looked at Ben. Their eyes met. The creature they had released in Mashhad was not a mindless beast. It was intelligent, and it was hunting. It was not targeting random people. It was targeting Kestrel's network. It was dismantling his empire from the top down. Zane felt a cold knot form in his stomach. He had not ended the cycle. He had just passed the curse on to someone else. The hunt wasn't over. It had just changed its nature. He looked out the window at the crowded street, at the anonymous faces passing by. The world seemed the same as it always had, but he knew better. He knew about the shadows. He knew about the things that lurked in the dark places of the world, in desert craters and in small, lead-lined boxes. He knew about the men who hunted them, and the thin, fragile line that separated the normal world from the abyss. His old life was gone, burned away in the heart of a Turkmen fire, but a new one had begun. He was no longer a hunter of artifacts. He was something else, a survivor, a witness, and perhaps a guardian. The world was full of doors to hell, and he was one of the few people who knew how to close them. He stood up, leaving his tea untouched. "Where are you going?" Ben asked, a note of weariness in his voice. Zane looked at the television, at the report of ash and sorrow from a world away. He felt the faint, familiar whisper of the jinn's scar in his mind, not a voice but an instinct, a pull, a direction. "Hunting," Zane said, and he walked out into the night, a man with a new and terrible purpose. Chapter 17. The Divergence. Zane's declaration hung in the air of the small, grimy cafe. The word hunting was a stone dropped into the placid surface of the life Ben was so desperately trying to build for them. Ben stared at him, his face a canvas of exhaustion and disbelief. "Hunting," Ben repeated, his voice dangerously quiet. "Hunting what, Zane? More ghosts, more monsters. Haven't you had enough? We almost died in the desert, in that hotel, on that rooftop. We are alive by sheer, stupid luck." "It wasn't luck," Zane said, turning back from the doorway, his eyes holding a new, unnerving intensity. "And it's not over. Didn't you see the report? Geneva. The bodies turned to ash. That's our fault. I let that thing out of the box. I have to deal with it." "No, you don't," Ben shot back, slamming his hand on the rickety table, making the teacups rattle. A few patrons looked over and Ben lowered his voice to a furious whisper. "You don't have to do anything. We are out. We are free. Kestrel is gone. The hunt is over. We can disappear. Find a quiet corner of the world and just live. Isn't that what we fought for?" Every word Ben said was rational, sane. It was the dream that had kept them going through the desert, the hope of a normal life. But Zane knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that such a life was no longer possible for him. The world had shown him its true face, and he could not unsee it. "There are no quiet corners, Ben," Zane said, his voice flat. "Not for us, not anymore. That thing is out there and it's killing people, and men like Kestrel. He wasn't the only one. There are others. Others who collect, who hunt, who tear holes in the world to get what they want. If we don't stop them, who will?" "That's not our job," Ben insisted, his voice cracking with desperation. "We're not soldiers, we're not Ghostbusters. I'm a cameraman, Zane. I'm a tech guy. I want to go home. I want to sleep in a bed without worrying that a man made of smoke is going to kill me. I want to be bored again. Don't you?" Zane looked at his friend, truly looked at him. He saw the deep lines of trauma around his eyes, the persistent tremor in his hands he tried so hard to hide. Ben was broken. He had been dragged through hell and had only survived by a thread. To ask him to go back willingly was not just cruel, it was impossible. The Jinn's scar in Zane's mind gave him a flash of cold, empathetic clarity. He saw the path ahead for himself, a dark, lonely road filled with violence and fear. To drag Ben down that path would destroy him completely. The realization was a quiet, painful fracturing of the bond that had held them together. Their paths had diverged. "You're right," Zane said, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. He sat back down at the table, the manic energy draining out of him, replaced by a profound, weary sadness. "This isn't your fight, it's mine, my responsibility." Ben stared at him, searching his face, looking for the trick, the argument. He found none. He slumped in his chair, the fight going out of him as well. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to Geneva," Zane said simply. "I'm going to track that thing, and I'm going to find a way to stop it." "How? With what?" "We have a few $100 and fake papers that wouldn't pass a real inspection. You can't just book a flight to Switzerland." "I'll find a way," Zane said. He still had the knowledge from his old life, the dark arts of illicit travel and disappearing. He had just never been on this side of the equation before. They sat in silence for a long time, the chasm between them widening with every passing second. This was their goodbye, and they both knew it. There were no more arguments to be had. Finally, Ben reached into his pocket and pulled out his entire roll of cash. It wasn't much, a motley collection of worn Iranian riyals. He pushed it across the table to Zane. "You'll need this more than I will," Ben said, his voice thick with emotion. Zane started to push it back. "Ben, I can't." "Take it," Ben insisted, his eyes glistening. "Just do me a favor. Find a new line of work, be a fisherman, a carpenter, something boring, please." Zane knew it was a promise he couldn't make. He took the money. "What will you do?" "I'm going to follow my own advice," Ben said, a faint, sad smile on his lips. I'm going to find the most boring, out-of-the-way place I can, and I'm going to disappear. I'll change my name, get a job fixing radios. Maybe I'll even get a dog, a normal one that barks and chases sticks." They stood up. There was an awkward, heartbreaking moment where a handshake or a hug seemed appropriate, but neither felt right. They were brothers forged in trauma, and their brotherhood was now at an end. "Be safe, Ben," Zane said, the words feeling utterly inadequate. "You too, Zane," Ben replied. "Try not to get killed again." Ben turned and walked out of the cafe, melting into the evening crowd without a backward glance. Zane watched him go until he was lost from sight. A profound sense of loneliness, colder and emptier than anything the djinn had ever inflicted, settled over him. He was truly alone now, a man haunted by more than just memories. He was haunted by a purpose he hadn't asked for, in a world he no longer understood. He gathered the small pile of money, a final gift from a life he had to leave behind, and walked out into the night to find a path to Geneva. Chapter 18: Echoes on a Hard Drive. Zane's first priority was to become a ghost, not the kind that haunted craters, but the kind that moved through the digital and physical worlds without leaving a trace. He was a fugitive from a powerful organization, a man with no legitimate identity, in a country that was not his own. Getting to Geneva would require more than just money. It would require a new life, flawlessly constructed and bought with skills he had once used for profit. He found a dingy, pay-by-the-hour internet cafe in a forgotten part of Mashhad, the air thick with the smell of stale tobacco and desperation. He paid for 6 hours, sat down at a terminal in the darkest corner, and went to work. His old life was a fortress of digital security, encrypted accounts, firewalls, and dead man switches. He couldn't touch any of it. Kestrel's successors would be watching those accounts, waiting for a flicker of activity. But a fortress has back doors, emergency exits that only the architect knows. Years ago, before Kestrel, Zane had run a different kind of business, not retrieving objects but information. He had been a gray hat hacker, a digital mercenary. As part of that life, he had built a last resort contingency, a completely anonymous, heavily encrypted server hidden in the deep web, a digital ghost ship he called the Locker. It contained copies of his old tools, old contacts, and most importantly, several caches of laundered cryptocurrency he had set aside for a day he hoped would never come. Accessing it was a nightmare of security protocols. He used a series of nested VPNs, routing his connection through a dozen countries. He booted a temporary operating system from a USB drive to leave no trace on the cafe's machine. He felt the familiar thrill of the digital hunt, his fingers flying across the keyboard with a muscle memory he thought he had forgotten. The djinn's scar was quiet here, but the heightened focus it had left behind was invaluable, allowing him to see patterns in the code, to anticipate security routines before they ran. After 2 hours of intense, focused work, he was in. The Locker's interface was stark and text-based, a relic of a more paranoid time. He navigated to the financial caches. The cryptocurrency was still there, untouched. It wasn't a fortune, but it was enough. enough for passage, for new papers, for weapons. With funds secured, he turned his attention to Kestrel. He couldn't risk a direct probe of Kestrel's corporate network, but he could search the periphery, the dark corners of the web where men like Kestrel did their real business. He began to search for echoes, for whispers of the power vacuum his actions had created. He found it on a secure, invitation-only auction site for illicit antiquities. An item had recently been listed for a private, off-the-books sale. The Kandahar tablet, a Sumerian artifact rumored to contain esoteric astronomical charts. Zane recognized it. It was a piece from Kestrel's private collection, one he had boasted about acquiring a year ago. Someone was liquidating assets. He dug deeper, using his old skills to peel back the layers of anonymity around the seller. The seller was using a shell corporation based in Liechtenstein, a dead end. But the corporation had recently changed its board members. The previous board was a list of anonymous nominees. The new one had a single director. The name hit Zane like a physical blow: Saskia Vogt. He remembered her. She wasn't one of Kestrel's thugs or faceless agents. She was upper management, the fixer, a sharp, ruthless woman out of Berlin who handled Kestrel's legitimate corporate fronts. She was the one who would secure land rights, debunk local legends with paid-off academics, and smooth the way for Kestrel's acquisitions teams. She was the one who had likely prepared the groundwork for the Turkmenistan operation. She was clean, efficient, and utterly devoid of sentiment. Of course it was her. While the brutes and killers fought for scraps, the corporate shark would be the one to calmly absorb the entire enterprise. She wasn't just a successor, she was an evolution, more dangerous perhaps than Kestrel himself. Kestrel was an addict, driven by obsession. Saskia, Zane suspected, was driven by something far colder, a belief in order, control, and the bottom line. She wouldn't see the supernatural entities as objects of wonder, but as assets to be controlled, cataloged, and, if possible, weaponized. Zane kept digging. He found encrypted communications between Saskia's shell company and a high-end security firm based in Geneva. They weren't hearing guards. They were hearing intelligence analysts and extraction specialists. She wasn't just consolidating power. She was building an army, and she was doing it from the city that was currently being plagued by the umbral creature. She wasn't there by coincidence. She was there to hunt it, to recapture the asset Zane had let loose. He now had a face and a name for his new antagonist. Saskia Vogt. She would be expecting him. She would know he was the only other person who understood the true nature of what was happening. She wouldn't just be hunting the creature. She would be using it as bait to draw him out. His mission had just become infinitely more complicated. He wasn't just walking into a city with a monster. He was walking into the web of a spider who knew he was coming. He spent the next few hours converting a portion of the cryptocurrency into usable funds, wiring it through a complex chain of anonymous services to a pickup point in Istanbul. He also purchased a new identity, a high-quality forgery from a master craftsman in Belgium he had worked with in the past. A French passport and identification under the name Julien Dubois, a freelance journalist. It was a good cover, giving him a reason to travel and ask questions. His last search before logging off was for Damir. He felt a deep-seated need to know if the old man and the people of the Kala were safe. He scanned satellite imagery archives, looking for any signs of activity around the settlement. The Kala was still there, a tiny, quiet smudge in the vast desert, but the satellite photos from the days following their departure showed something else. Vehicle tracks, not the single track of their land cruiser, but dozens of them, converging on the area from all sides. A systematic grid-by-grid search. Kestrels, now Saskias, people had swept the desert for them. They hadn't found the Kala, hidden as it was, but it was a chilling reminder of the resources arrayed against him. He was a single man against an army. He wiped the terminal clean, leaving no trace of his 6 hours of digital warfare, and walked out into the Mashhad night. He now had money, a new name, and a clear picture of the enemy. The fear was still there, a cold knot in his gut, but it was now overlaid with a grim, razor-sharp focus. He was no longer just running. He was preparing for war. His first stop, Istanbul, to collect his funds. From there, a slow, careful path into the heart of Saskia, Vogt's new empire. Chapter 19. A Favor in Zurich. The journey from Iran to Turkey was a masterclass in calculated risk. Zain moved like a ghost, using a network of local fixers and smugglers, paying his way with the untraceable money he'd wired ahead. He crossed the border on foot, through mountains even more remote than the Kapit Dag, and traveled by cargo truck, fishing boat, and crowded regional buses. With every mile he put between himself and the desert, he felt the oppressive weight of his past lifting, only to be replaced by the cold dread of his future. Istanbul was a chaotic crossroads of continents and cultures, a perfect place for a man trying to be invisible. He collected his funds from a hawladar, a man operating out of a tiny rug shop in the Grand Bazaar who dealt in the ancient, trust-based system of informal money transfer. The man asked no questions, simply handed over a thick envelope of used euros after Zain provided the correct code phrase. From Istanbul, he began the slow, careful infiltration of Europe. He took a ferry to Greece, a train to Italy, always choosing the slower, less monitored routes. He was now Julien Dubois, the French journalist. His forged papers were excellent, a work of art from his Belgian contact, but he knew they wouldn't stand up to the kind of scrutiny Saskia's organization could bring to bear if they had a reason to look closely. He needed help from someone on the inside, someone who navigated the shadowy world he was about to re-enter. There was only one name on his list, a man named Fischer, based in Zurich. Fischer was not a smuggler or a forger. He was an information broker, a man who had built a career on knowing things and connecting people. In Zain's old life, he had used Fischer twice to vet high-risk clients. Fischer was Swiss, which meant he was impeccably discreet, professionally neutral, and breathtakingly expensive. He traded in secrets, not loyalties, which made him the only person in Europe Zain could risk contacting. From a secure line in Milan, Zain made the call. Fischer, a calm, precise voice answered. No greeting, no name. "It's Carrick," Zain said, foregoing the pretense of his new identity. Fischer would know him by his voice print alone. There was a pause on the other end of the line, a silence that was more eloquent than any words. It was the sound of risk being calculated. You have been a topic of much conversation recently, Mr. Carrick, Fisher said finally, his voice devoid of surprise. Most of it posthumous. I trust you are calling from a secure line. As secure as I can make it, Zane said. I need to meet you. I'm coming to Zurich. Another pause. My consultation fees have increased substantially since our last engagement, and for a client with your current reputation, a significant risk premium will be applied. I have the money, Zane said. I'm sure you do, Fisher replied, a hint of dry amusement in his tone. But it is not your money I am concerned about. It is the company you keep and the company that keeps you. A public meeting is out of the question. There is a watchmaker's shop on the skiff overlooking the river, the Zeit Mechanic. Be there tomorrow at 4 p.m. Ask for a replacement balance spring for a 1948 Calatrava. Do not be late. The line went dead. The next day, Zane took a train to Zurich. The city was a shock to the system. After the chaos of Istanbul and the grit of Milan, Zurich's clean, orderly, and obscenely wealthy streets felt like another planet. It was a city where nothing was out of place, a place where secrets were hidden under layers of politeness and immense financial power. He found the watchmaker's shop. It was a small, elegant establishment with a window display of exquisite vintage timepieces. He entered, the chime of a small bell announcing his arrival. The shop was empty except for a man behind the counter, a man with thinning gray hair, silver-rimmed spectacles, and the meticulous, steady hands of a craftsman. It was Fisher. He looked exactly like a watchmaker, which was, Zane knew, the point. "Can I help you?" Fisher asked, his eyes not leaving the complex movement he was working on with a tiny pair of tweezers. "I need a replacement balance spring," Zane said, his voice low, "for a 1948 Calatrava." Fisher carefully placed his tool on a velvet cloth and looked up. His eyes were pale blue, the color of a winter sky, and they held a piercing, analytical intelligence. He studied Zane for a long moment. "Ah, yes. A difficult piece to source," Fisher said. He gestured to a door behind the counter. "Please, let us consult the archives in my office." Zane followed him into a small, sound-proofed room. The walls were lined not with watch parts, but with humming servers and monitors displaying streams of data. The air was cool, the only sound the soft whir of cooling fans. "So," Fisher said, turning to face him, his amiable shopkeeper persona gone completely. "The ghost of Turkmenistan. Tell me, Mr. Carrick, what is it like to be the most hunted man in my particular sphere of business?" "It's time-consuming," Zane replied dryly. "I imagined so. Saskia Vogt has put out a kill-on-site order for you with every major wet work contractor from here to Macau. But there is also a secondary, much more lucrative contract for live capture and delivery. She is a practical woman. She wants you dead, but she wants the information in your head more." "I know," Zane said. "I'm heading to Geneva. I need two things from you. A weapon, something clean and untraceable, and a secure identity, better than the one I have now. One that will get me across the Swiss border and allow me to move around Geneva without setting off alarms." Fisher steepled his fingers, his expression thoughtful. "This is not a simple transaction. You are not just a client. You are a liability. Anyone associated with you becomes a target for Vogt. To provide this level of assistance is to take a side. I do not take sides. Everyone takes a side eventually, Fisher, Zane said. Vogt is consolidating Kestrel's empire. She's becoming a new, unstable power. That can't be good for your business. A man like you thrives on a balance of power, not a monopoly. Fisher's lips quirked in a small smile. He appreciated the argument. A fair point. However, my survival depends on discretion, not on playing kingmaker. He paused, his pale eyes seeming to look right through Zane. But I am also a man who values unique opportunities. The fall of Kestrel has created a vacuum. New players are emerging. New alliances are being formed. Information is flowing in new and interesting ways. He turned to one of his monitors and typed a few commands. A satellite image appeared on the screen, showing a remote, snow-covered estate in the Swiss Alps. This is Kestrel's private sanctuary, Fisher explained. The Eyrie. It is where he kept the most dangerous, most unstable parts of his collection. Since his death, Vogt has been unable to secure it. The estate's automated security systems are keyed only to Kestrel's biometrics. It is in total lockdown. She has a team camped outside, trying to breach it, but they have been unsuccessful. He looked at Zane. The Ares central server contains a complete, unedited inventory of Kestrel's entire collection. Every artifact, every entity, its location, its properties, its weaknesses. It also contains his financial records, his network of contacts, his blackmail files. It is the keys to his kingdom. For a man like me, that data is priceless. For a woman like Vogt, it is the one thing she needs to solidify her power completely. Zane understood immediately. You can't get to it, and neither can she, but you think I can. Kestrel's security was formidable, Fisher said, but he had a psychological flaw. He believed no one was as clever as he was. I believe a man with your unique skill set and your recent experiences might be able to find a back door that a brute force assault cannot. You are not just a thief, Carrick. You are a survivor of the very things Kestrel sought to imprison. The deal was on the table. It was no longer a simple transaction. It was a heist. You want me to break into Kestrel's fortress of horrors and steal his private data for you, Zane said. In exchange, Fisher countered smoothly, I will make you a true ghost. A top-tier identity clean with a verifiable history, a Swiss bank account moderately funded, a vehicle, and of course the weapon you requested. Everything you need to move through Geneva not as a hunted fugitive but as an invisible man. I will give you the tools to fight your war. All I ask is that you bring me a copy of what you find. Zane thought about it. It was an insane risk, a diversion from his primary mission. But Fisher was right. The data on that server. It could contain information on how to fight the umbral creature. It could hold the key to defeating Saskia Vogt. It was a chance to turn from defense to offense. You'll need to get me into the country first, Zane said. And I'll need more than just a handgun. Fisher smiled, a genuine, satisfied smile this time. That can be arranged. Welcome back to the game, Mr. Carrick. I trust you'll find it has become considerably more interesting. Chapter 20. The City of Ash and Order. Fisher was as good as his word. 2 days later, Zane was no longer Julien Dubois, the French journalist. He was now Stefan Mueller, a German art consultant with a flawless Swiss work visa, a platinum credit card, and a late-model Audi waiting for him in a discreet underground garage. The transformation was seamless, the new identity so deeply embedded in various official systems that it was, for all intents and purposes, real. The weapon Fisher provided was not a handgun. It was a Sig Sauer MCX, a compact, state-of-the-art carbine, broken down and sealed in a case with diplomatic credentials, which Fisher had somehow procured. It was a serious weapon for a serious problem. Zane drove from Zurich to Geneva, the smooth, orderly procession of Swiss traffic, a surreal counterpoint to the chaos churning in his mind. He checked into a boutique hotel overlooking the lake, a place of quiet luxury where his new identity would not be questioned. He was now inside the enemy's stronghold. Geneva was a city of pristine, almost clinical order. The streets were clean, the buildings were magnificent, and the people exuded an air of quiet, confident wealth. It was the last place on earth one would expect to find a life-devouring entity from a forgotten age. Yet the terror was here, lurking beneath the placid surface. Zane spent his first day gathering information, not as a fugitive but as a hunter. He bought local papers and accessed news archives. The official story on the recent deaths was that they were the result of a highly aggressive, still unidentified chemical agent that caused rapid cellular decay. The victims were all powerful men, all board members of a company called Helvetia Capital, Kestrel's primary holding company, Saskia's company. The Umbral was being methodical. It was not rampaging, it was executing a hit list. That evening, Zane went to the site of the most recent killing. It was a lavish penthouse apartment in a building overlooking the Rhone. The building was still cordoned off, with a handful of police and forensics officers milling about. Zane watched from a park across the street, his enhanced senses probing the scene. He couldn't see the creature, but he could feel its residue. It was a cold spot in the world, a lingering stain of ontological wrongness. It felt like ozone and grave dust, a scent that only he could perceive. The jinn's scar tingled, a psychic alarm warning him that he was in the presence of something that did not belong to his reality. He noticed a black sedan parked half a block down from the building. It was nondescript, but the two men inside it were not watching the police. They were watching the onlookers. They were watching for anyone showing too much interest. Saskia's people. They were here, monitoring, waiting for the creature to strike again, or for someone like him to show up. He pulled back, melting into the evening crowds. He couldn't get close. Not yet. He needed a different angle. He needed to think like the creature. It was following a list. He had to figure out who was next. He spent the night in his hotel room, not sleeping, but working. He used his new, clean identity to access financial databases and corporate records. He cross-referenced the board members of Helvetia Capital with their known residences and business appointments. He was building a profile of the monster's hunt. He found a pattern. The victims were not just board members. They were the original founders, the inner circle who had helped Kestrel build his empire from the beginning. There were 3 names left on the list. One was in seclusion in South Africa. Another was in Tokyo. The third, a man named Marcus Thorne, was right here in Geneva. According to his public schedule, Thorne was due to attend a private reception at the Musée d'Art et d'Histoire the following evening. A public place, a crowd, a perfect hunting ground for a creature that could move like smoke, and a perfect trap for anyone trying to stop it. The next evening, Zane dressed in a dark, tailored suit, the SIG carbine broken down and carried in a discreet, custom-designed briefcase. He was Stefan Mueller, the art consultant, attending a prestigious cultural event. He arrived at the museum, a grand neoclassical building, and blended in with the wealthy patrons, the air filled with the murmur of polite conversation and the clinking of champagne glasses. He didn't look for Thorne, he looked for the hunters. He spotted them immediately. Two men in ill-fitting tuxedos, their earpieces a subtle giveaway. Another woman, elegant in an evening gown, her eyes scanning the crowd with a professional, predatory gaze. They were here, waiting. Zane moved to the periphery of the main hall, finding a position near an exit, behind a large marble statue. He used his senses, the jinn's scar, to probe the atmosphere of the museum. He searched for the cold spot, the scent of the grave. He found it. It wasn't in the main hall. It was coming from the floor below, from the antiquities section. The creature was already here. It was waiting. It was drawn to the ancient power of the artifacts stored in the museum's basement, using them as an anchor, a hiding place. Zane's blood ran cold. This wasn't just an assassination. It was a lure. Saskia knew the creature would be drawn to the museum's collection. She had arranged the reception, leaked Thorne's attendance, and laid a trap not just for the umbral but for him. She was using her own executive as bait. He had to warn Thorne. He had to get him out. He began to move through the crowd, his eyes searching for his target. He spotted him near the grand staircase, a portly, florid man surrounded by a small group of admirers. As Zane started towards him, he saw the woman in the evening gown speak quietly into her wrist. The two men in tuxedos began to converge on Thorne's position. They weren't there to protect him. They were there to make sure he didn't leave. Zane was halfway across the room when someone stepped into his path, blocking him. It was a man he hadn't noticed before, unremarkable in every way, except for the cold, dead certainty in his eyes. "Mr. Mueller," the man said, his voice a low murmur that was lost in the noise of the party. "Ms. Vogt would like a word. She is a great admirer of your work." Zane's eyes darted past the man. He saw another operative moving to cut off his escape route to the left. A third was approaching from the right. He was boxed in. He had walked right into the center of the web. At that exact moment, the lights in the grand hall flickered and died, plunging the entire museum into absolute darkness. A collective gasp went through the crowd, followed by nervous laughter. But Zane felt it. A sudden, intense wave of cold rolled up from the floor below. The scent of ozone and dust filled the air. The clicking sound, faint but unmistakable, echoed from the direction of the grand staircase. The umbral had grown tired of waiting. The hunt had begun. In the pitch-black, crowded room, surrounded by enemies both human and monstrous, Zane gripped the handle of the briefcase containing his weapon. The trap had been sprung, but not just on him, on everyone. Chapter 21: The Art of Extinction. The darkness in the museum was absolute, a physical presence that swallowed sound and light. The nervous laughter of the crowd quickly died, replaced by a wave of confused murmuring, then a growing edge of panic. Cell phone screens flared to life, small, desperate islands of light in a sea of black, revealing a chaotic scene of bumping bodies and frightened faces. Zane didn't waste a second. The moment the lights went out, he reacted. The man who had blocked his path was momentarily disoriented, his attention shifting to the chaos around them. Zane drove the heavy briefcase hard into the man's stomach, doubling him over with a grunt of pain. He didn't wait to see him fall. He melted into the surging, panicked crowd, moving with a purpose that was terrifyingly calm. The Jinn's scar was screaming at him, a high-frequency alarm in his mind. The cold was no longer a vague sensation. It was a focused point, moving with terrifying speed from the grand staircase towards Marcus Thorne's last known position. The clicking sound was louder now, a dry, chittering hunger that cut through the noise of the crowd. Zane fought his way through the sea of bodies, his objective clear. He had to get to the creature, to intercept it, but Saskia's people were in the way. He saw another one, a man using the strobing light of his phone to scan the crowd, his other hand inside his jacket. Their professionalism was their weakness. They were hunters of men, unprepared for a monster that hunted in the dark. A scream tore through the hall, high and sharp, followed by another. The panic escalated from confusion to terror. The crowd became a stampede, a mindless rush for the main entrance. Through a gap in the fleeing people, Zane saw it. A roiling mass of black smoke, no longer trying to be subtle, was flowing through the crowd, parting the sea of humanity. People who got too close simply fell, not turning to ash, but collapsing like puppets with their strings cut, their life force drained away. The umbral was heading directly for Marcus Thorne, who was pinned against a marble balustrade, his face a mask of terror, his bodyguards trying uselessly to form a shield around him. Zane saw his chance. The creature was focused, intent on its prey. He dropped to one knee, a still point in the swirling chaos. He laid the briefcase flat, snapped the latches, and began to assemble the SIG carbine. His hands moved with a cold, practiced efficiency, the clicks of the weapon's parts seating together a familiar, comforting sound amidst the terror. He slapped a magazine in, pulled the charging handle, and shouldered the weapon, the red dot of its sight flaring to life in the darkness. He didn't aim at the creature's main body. He had seen that was useless. He aimed for the space just in front of it where Thorne was cowering. He wasn't trying to kill the umbral. He was trying to get its attention. He fired a single, controlled shot. The bullet wasn't aimed at anyone. It struck the marble floor at the creature's feet, a high-velocity round that ricocheted with a piercing shriek and sent a shower of stony sparks into the air. The effect was exactly what he wanted. The roiling mass of smoke paused. The chittering stopped. Its attention, its ancient and malevolent awareness, swiveled away from Thorne and fixed directly on him. It had found a new, more interesting target, a challenge. "There you are," a voice whispered in his mind. It was not the Jinn. It was a dry, dusty whisper, the voice of the umbral itself, a voice of dust and endings. The other one, the one who stinks of fire. The smoky form abandoned Thorn and began to drift towards Zane, its movement unnaturally silent and smooth. The crowd had mostly cleared the area between them, leaving an open killing floor. Saskia's operatives, their primary objective now forgotten, saw the new dynamic. 3 of them, including the woman in the evening gown, took cover behind pillars and began firing at the creature, their pistol shots adding to the chaos. The bullets passed through the smoke with no effect. "Cease fire, you're drawing its attention," a voice commanded over their comms. Zane heard it clearly with his enhanced senses. It was Saskia. She was here, somewhere, watching. Zane knew he only had moments. He backed away slowly, drawing the creature further from the exits, further into the heart of the museum. He fired another shot at the floor in front of it, a punctuation mark. "You cannot harm me, little flame," the creature whispered in his mind. "I am the end of all things. I am the silence in the tomb. I will unmake you." "You're not the first to try," Zane muttered, his heart pounding. He continued his retreat, leading the creature down the grand staircase, into the antiquities section. The air here was colder, the darkness more profound. The emergency lights, feeble and red, cast long, monstrous shadows from the sarcophagi and ancient statues that lined the hall. This was the creature's lair. It was stronger here, drawing power from the dormant history of the objects. The smoke of its body seemed to thicken, to become more solid. Zane was backed into a long hall lined with glass display cases, a dead end. He had lured the monster, and now he was trapped with it. The creature flowed down the stairs, its form filling the corridor, blocking his only escape. The clicking started again, louder now, a sound of anticipation. "Now, Mr. Carrick," a calm, amplified voice echoed through the hall. "You have served your purpose. You have drawn it out for us." High above, on a mezzanine that circled the hall, the lights came on. Not the main lights, but powerful, industrial spotlights. They weren't aimed at the creature. They were aimed at him. He was pinned, blinded. Saskia Vogt stood on the mezzanine, flanked by 2 heavily armed guards. She wore a black tactical suit, a stark contrast to the elegance of the museum. She held a microphone in one hand and a strange, rifle-like device in the other. "Thank you for being such a predictable hero," she said, her voice dripping with condescending amusement. "You saved my executive and cornered my asset. 2 birds, 1 stone." The umbral paused, its form wavering as if confused by this new development. "What is this?" Zane yelled, shielding his eyes from the glare. "This," Saskia said, holding up her device, "is a sonic containment rifle. It emits a high-frequency field that should disrupt a non-corporeal entity's matrix, forcing it into a state of temporary solidity, long enough for us to capture it." She smiled, a cold, predatory expression. "We've been waiting for an opportunity to test it. You provided the perfect field conditions." She aimed the rifle, not at the creature, but at the space between Zane and the creature. She was going to trap them both. The umbral let out a psychic hiss of rage. Deceivers. It seemed to understand it was being trapped. Its smoky form lunged, not at Zayn, but towards the wall, where a massive, sealed Egyptian sarcophagus stood on a pedestal. The creature's tendrils of smoke enveloped the ancient coffin. The stone of the sarcophagus began to glow with a sickly yellow light. "What is it doing?" Saskia demanded. "It's finding a new host," Zayn yelled. "A better one." The sarcophagus shuddered, and with a deafening crack, the heavy stone lid exploded outwards. From within, a figure rose. It was not a dusty, shambling mummy. It was a king, one of the ancient dead, his body perfectly preserved, his eyes snapping open to glow with the same sickly yellow light as the ghouls. But this was no mindless creature. It was animated by the full, focused power of the umbral. It wore the regalia of a pharaoh and held a khopesh, a sickle-like sword of ancient bronze, in its hand. The umbral had anchored itself to a powerful, resonant vessel. The newly risen king let out a guttural roar, a sound that had not been heard on earth for 4,000 years. It ignored Zayn completely. With a leap of unnatural speed and strength, it bounded up the wall, landing on the mezzanine right in front of Saskia and her men. Saskia screamed, a sound of pure, undiluted shock, and fired her sonic rifle. The beam struck the pharaoh in the chest, but the ancient, mummified flesh, now infused with the umbral's power, barely seemed to register it. The pharaoh swung its khopesh. The blade, glowing with a faint, dark energy, sliced through Saskia's two guards, who crumbled to ash before they even hit the floor. Saskia stumbled backward, her face a mask of horror, firing her weapon wildly. The creature swatted the rifle from her hands and backhanded her across the face, sending her sprawling. It stood over her, its yellow eyes burning with cold, ancient malice, raising the khopesh for the final blow. Zayn, no longer blinded, had a choice. Let her die. Let the monster he had unleashed consume the monster who had hunted him. It would be justice. He thought of Ben, he thought of Damir, he thought of the man he was trying to become. He raised his own rifle. He didn't aim for the pharaoh's head or chest. He aimed for its knee. He fired a 3-round burst. The bullets, modern and powerful, shattered the ancient, brittle bone of the pharaoh's leg. The creature roared in pain and surprise, a real physical pain, and its leg buckled. It stumbled, its killing blow against Saskia diverted, the khopesh harmlessly striking the marble floor. It turned its burning gaze on Zayn, its fury absolute. It had been wounded. A thing that considered itself eternal had been shown its own mortality. This was his chance. Saskia, recovering her wits, scrambled away from the wounded pharaoh, her eyes locking with Zayn's across the hall. There was no gratitude in her gaze, only a stunned, hateful disbelief. Zayn ignored her. He had a new, desperate plan. He looked at the shattered display cases, at the ancient artifacts lying on the floor. He ran towards the largest one, a clay tablet covered in cuneiform script, the Kandahar tablet, the very artifact Saskia had been selling off from Kestrel's collection. He knew what it was. An astronomical chart, yes, but also a binding text, a ritual of containment. He scooped up the heavy tablet. The pharaoh, hobbling on its one good leg, leaped down from the mezzanine, landing with a heavy thud. It began stalking towards him, its eyes promising a slow and painful death. Zane held the tablet up like a shield. He didn't know the words, the ritual, but the jinn's scar, the deep knowledge of supernatural things it had imprinted on him, gave him an idea. He didn't need to read the words. He needed to activate the concept, the binding. He focused all his will, all his memory of the fight with the jinn, of the power of salt and fire, of the laws that govern these ancient things, and he poured that intent into the tablet. He wasn't reciting a ritual, he was becoming one. By salt and by fire, he chanted, his voice ringing with a power that was not his own. By the name that is unspoken and the gate that is sealed. You have no dominion here. You are unbound, an echo without a home. I offer you this vessel, a prison of clay and memory. Return to the dust. He hurled the ancient tablet at the advancing pharaoh. The tablet did not strike the creature. It stopped in midair, inches from its chest. It began to glow with a brilliant blue light, the cuneiform symbols flaring to life. The pharaoh screamed, a sound of rage and fear as the light enveloped it. The umbral was being pulled from its new host, sucked into the matrix of the ancient clay. The pharaoh's body convulsed, the yellow light in its eyes flickering and dying. The ancient flesh began to rapidly decay, turning to dust and linen wrappings. The black smoke of the umbral was drawn unwillingly into the glowing tablet, which pulsed like a dying heart. With a final, silent implosion of light, it was over. The tablet, no longer glowing, fell to the floor and shattered into 1,000 pieces. The umbral and its host were gone, destroyed, unmade. Zane stood in the silent, ruined hall, his chest heaving, his body trembling. He was alone. Saskia and her remaining people were gone, vanished during the final confrontation. He was alive. He had won. He had faced 2 of Kestrel's monsters and survived. He had faced Saskia Vogt and beaten her at her own game. He slowly walked up the grand staircase, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He emerged from the museum into the cool Geneva night. The chaos was over. Police and emergency services were arriving, their sirens a comforting, worldly sound. He blended into the night, just another shadow in a city of secrets. His war with Saskia was not over. By saving her, he had likely made her an even more determined enemy. But he had proven something tonight to her and to himself. He was no longer a tool or a victim. He was a player in the game, a rogue piece on the board that followed its own rules. He thought of Ben, safe and bored somewhere, and hoped he would stay that way. He thought of Damir and his quiet wisdom. He knew his path was a lonely one, but for the first time since he had picked up that cold silver locket in the desert, he did not feel entirely lost. He had a purpose. He was a hunter, and the world was full of shadows that needed tending. The end.